It might be at reception. I'll go run over later.
Can you take Laura out of there because she's got...
Simone, there was one sitting on the reception desk that had a marshmallow on top. Probably not.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of the NZIPP Nikon Iris Awards 2021. Days are going by real quickly, and I can't believe we're at day 3 already. So welcome to the NZ Portrait Photographer of the Year, kindly sponsored by NZIPP. Our tech people are all ready to go, and we're going to start the run-through. Okay, thank you, judges. If we could have your exclusions, please. I'll give them to our lovely Honours Council member Ian. Thank you. Yes, please make sure you have your name on your exclusions, please.
Mel's exes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm glad you got it. So just so you guys know, and exclusions coming up. I haven't been excluded, so these are my only exclusions.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So if anything else comes up tonight.
Yeah, we had a lot that yesterday with.
Yeah.
Oh, I was doing a head in. Thanks. That's a lot of exclusions.
Okay.
It's going to be a big day.
Have you got Jo on first? First up? Okay, no, we'll leave her off at this point.
Just the first 5 minutes, I've got an exclusion anyway.
No, we're
We'll just keep you off until after that.
Okay, well, if you want to take 10, that's fine. All right, thank you, judges. First of all, we'd just like to run through the category descriptor for the portrait open category, just to get your heads thinking about what we need to do going forward for our entrance. The portrait open category is for photographs taken with the intention of illustrating a character or identity. The category is for conceptual and interpretive photographic portraits. There are no restrictions on the type of portrait entered. Entries may be commissioned or self-commissioned. An entry may be presented as a diptych or a triptych, etc., and includes photographic portraits of pets and animals. Except where specified and permitted above, entries must comply with all rules and entry conditions and the open category composite entry criteria. So, without further ado, we would like to welcome to our panel first up this morning, Johan van Can, Catherine Cadenac, Mr. Tony Carter, Tim Lomax, and Mel Waite. Oh, okay. Could we take Catherine out, please? Okay, can we take Mel out, please? Yeah, no, that's fine. We need to keep a set panel, so we'll bring you in later on. Yeah, that's okay. So, judges, it will take a little while for those exclusions to show in our system. So we only have what we can see is just the existing ones. So we'll just do a little rejig to start off with.
Jo's got to stay out too because she's out.
Okay, Laura, would you like to come in, please?
Mel's out.
Yeah. And Jo, we've got 5. Okay, so we've got 5. We'd just like to make a very warm welcome to all our friends and family and fellow entrants that are joining with us online. We hope you really enjoy the category today. Hope you get some lovely comments from the judges and some very constructive criticism to help with the fabulous learning experience which the Iris Awards are. Judges, I'd just like to make it very clear, because you're a little bit obstructed from my view here, so if you are going to challenge, please make it really obvious, because if you're just waving your hand, I may not be able to see you. Are we clear about the challenge process? If you're 5 points from the average, thank you, Johan. Lots of enthusiasm would be fantastic. If you're in the gold range, we automatically speak. If you're in a different scoring range from the average score, you have the right to challenge. So I'm going to try and eyeball you and let you know that that's the process, but it's actually up to you guys to do a little bit of maths. And if you feel strongly about how you've scored and how the print is, then speak with conviction, get those arms up, and let's go. Woo. Could we have the first print, please? Oh, Sarah Lee, could you jump in, please? Thank you, Tony.
Problem straight up.
Thank you, judges. We have very even scoring with a silver at 81. And could we have a comment from Tim, please, for our entrant?
Yeah, beautiful portrait. I love the wee cheeky smile on the baby on the right, and I think the paper choice really accentuated the texture of the love hearts and the clothing they're wearing. Congratulations.
Thank you. We'll accept that score, and Could we have the next print, please? Fantastic, thank you, judges. Right off the bat here, we have a silver distinction at 87. But we would like to have a challenge from Tim.
I'm on 92 gold. This image, to me, is perfection. There's a transcendence in how it's presented to us. The eyes pierce through this sort of Mandela effect on top. The colour tones, the blacks, everything's there. The composition, it's just a truly stunning portrait, and I think it deserves gold.
Okay, so the scoring's pretty even, judges. You've got some support, some Tim for there, Tim. Johan, could we perhaps hear from you?
To quote Tony, I gave it only an 83 because I wanted to speak second. But to be fair, it's a very unusual image and it's very hard to get a grasp on. And it's really good that we've had a chance to that we will get a chance to talk about it. I really like it, so I'm happy to come up. I just really want some more information.
You might get that from your esteemed colleague, Tony Carter.
I'm on 88, and I'm going to stay there. Okay, I think it's a really good silver with distinction. What is probably stopping me from lifting it a bit higher? I think it is a bit top heavy, and it takes you a while to get dragged down to the eye. So I sort of find that. Maybe that's the point, but I just sort of find the graphic nature, you hit that spot in the middle and then it takes you a while to wander around. So that middle part at the bottom is just slightly a little bit weak for me, but, you know, I've given a great score, I think, and I'd like to just leave it where it is for me.
Thank you. Quickly from Laura.
This is otherworldly. So this is some enchanting alien being kind of thing, and it's telling you to look at that weird little dot on its head because it's going to cast some magic spell on you and make you give it a gold because it's just enchanting and mystifying.
Okay, Tim, up to you now. Sell it.
Yeah, I see this as a spiritual portrait. To me, this is the crown chakra opening up and inviting you into the divine goddess, and the fact that you go straight to the middle of the flower and then you drift down to those piercing eyes, I think that's as intended on how it's supposed to be read. The spiritual energy is strong. Technically, it's amazing, so let's give it a gold.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Well done, the great talking judges. We have a 90 at gold. Congratulations to our entrant. Thank you, judges. Can we have a blank screen, please? Okay, Laura, can I get you to hop off, please? And Mel, can you hop in, please? Small judge change for our audience at home. Right, we're good to go. Thank you. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 80, which is a silver award. Could I have a comment from Mel, please?
Very clever duality of the storytelling here. Yeah.
Thank you, Mel.
Could I just add a comment
Oh,
for the
certainly, Johan.
photographer?
Can we have a blank screen, please, while we're...
No, can I add a comment to this?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just attention to detail, like it's such a designed photograph, but things like ironing the dress would have been great.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's great feedback. Johan, thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please? Sorry, Tim, can we get you to pop off the panel, please? And could we welcome Catherine Cadenac, please? Sorry, judges, we've got a lot of exclusions in this category, so it's going to be a little bit like...
Popular.
Playing hopscotch, yes, that's true.
Keeps it innocent.
Right. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Thank you, judges. Very, very even scoring. We have a silver distinction at 86. A fantastic result. Could we have a comment, please, from Craig?
Yeah, I really like this. I think that's a great little story in there. Perhaps just the highlights on the left side of the face could be toned down a little bit for the print.
Thank you, that's great feedback. We'll accept that score. Could we have the next print, please? Just for the benefit of our viewers at home, a silver distinction needs to score in the range of between 85 and 89. Thank you, judges. That's fine. Thank you, judges. We have a silver distinction at 87, and we've got some very emphatic hands going up. And sorry, Mel, Catherine has just pipped you. So, Catherine, would like to speak to the print, please?
I gave this 93 gold. This is a very has a very powerful initial impact. You just kind of think, wow, when it turns around, the shape created by that body, the beautiful light that leads your eye down from the top left and just fades away so well. I think this is masterful. Communication has been masterfully presented to us. It's got the graphic nature, the composition, it's got the fantastic lighting. She's elegant, that lighting on her face is beautiful. And then we've got the story with those dark, dark hands clutching this soft, soft figure and the tension created by those fingers digging into her skin. The black and white is working brilliantly, so is the oval. Yeah, I'd love to talk about this one.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we hear from Craig? You're at the other end there.
Yeah, so I gave this a 72, and I liked it for the same reasons as you do, Catherine, but I felt like the shaded side, the hand really gets lost, and I would have liked to have seen a bit more angle with a bit more of the gripping. But yeah, I'm
Thank you,
listening,
Craig.
and I will come up. So I don't
Thank
know
you,
if I'm
Craig.
gold yet, but
Fantastic. Mel, can we go to you?
First of all, I scored 92 gold. The shade adds subtlety, and I think if you had turned her body, you would have lost that beautiful S shape. This is a story of inner demons, of fight. I read this as a story of eating disorders, particularly, and woman's struggle to maintain an ideal form, fighting with herself, those hands, her own hands, and they've got the tension and the hate and the inner turmoil while she's struggling to be beautiful, and the fight is intense and incredibly powerful. On top of that, you've also got the lovely references to Victorian era Camorries in there with the soft tones and the oval shape. It really does deserve a gold for beautiful, subtle storytelling and masterfully presenting.
Thank you, Mel. Can we go back to... Oh, sorry, Tony, just very quickly.
I scored at 84, and I'm just really, excuse me, just declaring that I'm coming up to gold.
Could we just hold there just for 1 second? Tony, your score's in Sarah Lee's tab, so can I...
That a what?
Sarah Lee's tab.
Why
Your,
did she change? Sorry.
yeah. So we can call you Sarah Lee today if you wish.
I don't mind. I've been called worse than that.
So I'm just going to unlock it, Tony, and if you can take your score out of Sarah Lee's tab and pop it into yours, please.
So we happen to there, like that.
You break it.
Oh, I don't know. No. So do I have to? I'm in there. I'm in there. So I just put my initial score in there? The initial
Yes,
score box?
yes, please.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so quickly from Catherine, could you sum up, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Mel, for verbalising the story so much better than I did. I'm actually glad you got to speak second and fill in the gaps. Just really quickly, Craig, that far hand, we can see enough detail. We find it there, but it doesn't break the form. So that the fading away of that light they've just nailed it. Well done.
Sorry, Tony, did you have one thing to add? I didn't, with a little hiccup there, you didn't get your comment in.
I was just coughing and saying
Oh,
I was giving it a 92. So,
Okay. Judges, please rescore. Well done, judges. We have a gold at 91. We have the next print, please. So for an image for our audience at home, for an image to be scored gold, it needs to be in the 90 to 94 range. It must have an outstanding level of imagination and creativity, outstanding visual communication and interpretation of the subject and emotion, originality, thought and concept, outstanding mastery across all areas of technique. Thank you, judges. We have a solid bronze at 78. Our scoring is very even. Are we happy to accept the score, judges? Thank you. Could we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Beautiful image, fantastic colour palette, and nicely printed. For me, I just think cropping the lower part of the image isn't adding anything. I'm getting really lost in there and would prefer a tighter crop.
Thank you, judges. I will accept that score. And could we have the next print, please?
Mel?
You cold? This jacket here as well. It's just they've got the big doors open at the back at the moment, which is why it's okay. Sorry, guys, for the chilly temperature. The big doors are open down the back to help set up the trade show. So we do have a couple of spare jackets up here if you're feeling a little bit chilly. Please come and grab one. Thank you, judges. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79, and it appears we have a challenge from Mr. Johan van Kaan.
Okay, we're going to have to talk about this. Well, we don't have to talk about it. We're going to have to react on this number anyway, the 79. I've given 88. What I love is that you've got this figure hiding behind this veil of insecurity and then clutching onto it at the same time with such power. So your eye is drawn to the focused hand and the fabric in the hand, and then you find the person hiding underneath there. And this happens so often in life. Where people get hidden behind their feelings or their insecurities or whatever it is. And I think the darkness of this image reinforces that so well. I've given 88 just because it made me really feel something about this person, even though I don't know who they are. 79, it's a low mark. We need to do something with it. Bring it up to a silver, even bring it up to a silver distinction, if you agree with me.
Thank you, Johan. Can I hear from Tony Carter, please?
Tony.
Yeah, I'm on 75, so I will go to 80. But I just sort of feel that it's too dark, and you know, when you do get in there and have a little look around, you're not really seeing much at all. Really, a few highlights, and your eye gets drawn down to that hand, but maybe not for the right reasons for me, compositionally. So, you know, I'll come up to 80, but I probably couldn't go any higher than that. Sorry.
Thank you, Tony. Johan, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
You usually hide in the darkness when you feel like this. I've given an 88. You know what to do.
Thank you, judges. Can we please rescore?
Sorry. It's not a Mac.
Well done, it's great debate. We have an 82 silver. Congratulations to our entrant. Can we have a blank screen, please? So, musical chairs yet again. Catherine, Cadenac and Mel, could you pop out for us, please? And could we have welcome Sarah Lee Cobb and Jessica Jones to the panel, thank you. So just for the benefit of our audience at home, we have a lot of our judges have exclusions in this category, which means work is known to them, so they wish to step off the panel and let other judges share their judging scores. Just wait for Sarah Lee to log in and we'll be ready to go. Are we all happy, girls? Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have very even scoring, and the entrant has a bronze at 75. Johan, perhaps could we get a comment from you, please?
Could somebody else?
Sarah Lee?
I think this is a beautifully posed image, and it's lovely framing with the flowers. I think a little bit more attention to detail with the retouching and a bit more of a clear storyline through the expression of the subject would give more depth to the image.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic feedback. We'll set that score, and could we have the next print, please? Judges? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 80, which is a silver award, but we have a challenge from Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 93 with this image. The print quality of this is superb, but I think really to have this beautiful shape of this woman cocooned into that darker area and then out to the light and then out to the harsh rocks. I think if you can have such harsh elements but still be drawn into the centre like that and held there, I think that's that's such intelligent work. And yeah, like I say, the print quality of this is superb. It's fine art at its greatest. It's a portrait. It's a landscape. Take a look at that body language. Look at how the lady's head's turned with her nose prominent. You see that shape mimicked in the rocks. The beautiful form of her body, which is standing out in such a vast and sharp and rocky outcrop. I think it's easier gold.
Thank you, Tony. Could we hear from Craig, please?
Yeah, I really enjoy the shapes of it, and so I've scored 75, and I reward the photographer for the composition. I might have been a little bit mean about that, but yeah, I'm listening, and I think I'll come up with some more. But I don't know again if I'm in gold
Okay, Johan,
yet.
could we hear from you, please?
I agree with you about the printing. The printing's quite stunning. I love the rich darkness of it. Little bit lost with an explanation for what's happening on her back. It didn't look like a tattoo, but it might be, but I just didn't, and I'm not sure what it is. So it's in there, and it looks deliberate. If you can give me an explanation, it'd be nice. Might help with my score.
Thank you, Johan.
Confused.
If we're happy, would you like to wrap up for us, please, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a tattoo. I'm unsure, but I don't think it really distracts too much. Another thing, just looking back and just seeing that line running from bottom left up through to the top right. I probably said all what I said on my first talk, but yeah, I just think it's just like I say, it's fine art at its best, and I think it's worthy of a gold.
Thank you, judges. Could we rescore, please? Initial score is 80. That's great talking, judges. We've brought it up to an 82. Silver award.
I think it wasn't really good talk.
Well, it was 2. Thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges.
So all points count, so we have a wonderful sort of distinction of 89, but we all know what that means, don't we? So 89 stays, 90
Okay, judges, we have a 90 gold award. But we have a challenge from Tony Carter.
I'm on 99. So you've got it into gold. I dare you to tell me what's wrong with it.
Thank you. Johan.
I haven't finished yet.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you did me.
Well, you looked at me and Johan put his hand up. So if you pause, I'll move.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand the story, but you don't have to. But, I mean, you're drawn into that face first, then your eye just runs around into the darker areas around the face. You know, the dark and the orange, they just work so well. Your eye pulses through this image. You almost feel like you can put your hand around behind her. The body language of this, the print quality is superb. Everything is just highly crafted in its place, totally lit to perfection. You're held, your eye just softly rolls around this image and is caressed by that, you know, the highlights and the orange. The composition's stunning. Love the top black edges behind, and the same you could say at the bottom left and right. Tell me the faults, there is none.
Thank you, Tony. Let's hear from Johan.
Tony, I'm super excited that we get to talk about this because I really want to do the same as you did. I got a little bit confused with the difference between each of her eyes. Please look. And because I agree, it's an absolutely stunning image. The shapes are fantastic. The body language is super strong. The tones are incredibly relevant. The whites are outstanding. All those things. But the eyes kind of mucked it up for me, and I'm not sure whether that was intentional, and it should be. So what I want you to do is spin me a really good story on that, and I'll come right up there with you.
We hear just a little word from Craig, please.
Yep. Okay, so I scored this 88. I'm glad I have the opportunity to rescore this. Definitely coming up with you, Tony. It's beautifully printed. I think that there's a lot of references here to life, death, rebirth. I get something from Mexican culture here as well, with a kind of a Day of the Dead kind of feeling, which I think probably does explain the different colour eyes as well. And yeah, it's beautiful. The print and the tones are gorgeous.
Thank you, Craig. And very quickly, Jessica, was there something you'd like to add?
I scored this an 88, silver distinction, and absolutely everything that everybody has already said. The eyes actually pushed me up because that was like a little surprise I got. I was like, what's the story here? What's the story here? And then I saw the eyes and I'm like, oh, I don't know the story. But that's also the thing that didn't push me up into gold initially. I didn't know the story. I wasn't emotionally moved or triggered in any way. And so, but I'm listening and I'm quite happy to take it up into gold, having listened.
Okay, Tony, back to you.
I think, you know, this obviously isn't our culture, but, you know, we can celebrate somebody else's, that's for sure. But, you know, I think it's quite rewarding when you get up into those eyes and you just go, oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. What is going on there? That is, it's just a quiet quirk that you enjoy when you get there. And you, I mean, a photo should ask questions and not necessarily have all the answers. But, you know, I mean, look at the skin tone and that body language and the graphic lines, the soft graphic lines that are in this image with the, you know, the top left line coming down, top right line coming down, and then everything else just flowing down, and then you lift it back up. Just look around the, you know, the orange speckles in the background, which you know what they are, but you can just feel like you can put your hands in and around there. It's just so beautiful. It's got dimension, you know, printed on this sort of paper. It's obviously been, you know, just handcrafted and worked on. This is stunning. Come up to gold with distinction, please.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Well done, judges. We have a gold with distinction at 96. Fantastic talking there, judges. I'm sure the entrant will be very excited to receive a gold with distinction. Just going to show the importance of debate. Could we have the next print, please? Also like to take a moment just to welcome one of our lovely UCOL helpers, Ashley. Ashley's here in the room to help us with any little errands or coffee runs, water, whatever we would like if we need. If you just let Ashley know, she's sitting over behind us here to help. Thank you, judges. Pretty even scoring. We have initial score of 79. Which is a solid bronze. Would you like to challenge?
Well, it's on 79. I think it's nice to talk about it. Yep. I gave it an 83. Guys do this all the time. She's talking to him. He's looking away going, nah. There she goes again. It's a great little story. It's 79. Just give it a tweak. Let's get it over to 80.
Okay, so guys, you'll need to enter your scores into the image review. We're sitting on 79. 79, it stays as a solid bronze.
Image review, that was a challenge, by the way. That was
a challenge.
Yeah,
sorry. My bad. Can we go into the challenge score range, please? Or does anyone else have any comments they wish to add?
No.
No? Thank you. We'll go with that. Easy as that. We have a silver at 81. Thank you, judges. We have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 75 as a bronze. We're happy to accept the score. Fantastic. So it's a bronze reward at 75. Sarah Lee, could we have a comment from you, please, for our entrant?
I love the concept of this little sort of pop-up pooch with all the different colours and the ever so slightly different expressions through each image. It kept us looking there for a long time, but I think if there was a little bit more story around the character more than it's just its environment, that would bring it up.
Great, that's fantastic feedback, thank you. Could we have the next print, please? Tony, thank you. Tim, could you pop in, please, for Tony Carter?
Okay, once again, we have 4 judges thinking similarly, and it has ended up in a bronze at 75. Well, we're not. They're trying again. So Elan is on the next scoring round.
Thank you, judges. Scores, please. Thank you, judges. We have a silver with distinction at 88 with a challenge from Craig.
This is nostalgia in an image for me, and I can hear them roaring at each other and wishing that there was actual fire coming out of all these dragons. And it's beautifully printed, beautifully toned. It makes me smile, and yeah, it's definitely powerful storytelling, great feeling, and it deserves a gold.
Thank you, Craig. Could we hear from Johan, please?
Okay. I gave it a 75, found it a little bit sort of murky around the bottom. I like the idea of the storytelling, and potentially it was about, you know, a younger version of the older person. They were both wearing green velvet jackets, etc. But I wasn't quite sure if it was that or not because they're not wearing the same shirts, and I got confused. And the young one wasn't holding a dragon as well, was being the dragon, and I just got really confused. So very happy to listen to an elaboration and see if I can get some more out of it.
Okay, we've got some support up there. So could we hear from Sarah Lee, please?
I scored this print in 88. I love the storytelling element to it. I think it's a real beautiful moment of a grandparent playing with their grandchild. I love the way it's captured and all the post-production. I think it's really accentuated all the beautiful colours in there. I think to take it one step further with the creativity to perhaps have a dragon come to life and really bring that story to life would have brought it up.
Okay, thank you, Sarah Lee. Craig, can we go back to you to sum up, please?
Yeah, I think for me it's a grandfather and a grandson, and you know, he's maybe reliving the fun he had with his dad or granddad when he was a boy. I like that the image is more grounded in reality and that the dragons aren't coming to life. It's yeah, I think it's wonderful, and I'd love it to get a gold.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, judges. Could we please rescore? We have a silver with distinction at 88. Congratulations to our entrant. Could we just have a blank screen for a moment, please? Oh, they've already done it, so they've already changed each other. Okay, that's great. Taking initiative, that's what we like. Could we have the next print, please?
comment from somebody? Okay, maybe not, Joe.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, judges. We have a silver at 82. Silver award. We happy with that, judges? Thank you. Oh, sorry.
I'll pick it up.
Johan's put his hand out just in the nick of time.
I gave it an 87. I'm not looking for moonbeams. Who didn't laugh? You stingy little people there. No, look, it's great. We need stuff like this. I mean, photography is as much about storytelling as it is about great images. And this is fantastic. You know exactly what's going on now, and it just made you feel really good. Yeah. I don't need to talk about it any further. You know what I'm saying.
Thank you, Johan. Jessica, can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I did laugh. I think this has got fabulous imagination, and that little girl is the most adorable thing you've seen all day. I scored this as 78. The only reason I didn't bring it up to silver, was just the shadowing above her mouth. It was just a bit of a distraction to me. But I'm happy to nudge it up into it. What was we're 82? No, I'm happy with it sitting in that silver range. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Can we hear from you just to sum up, please?
I'm happy to excuse it for a shadowy mouth because of the energy that went into that. And I think a shady mouth isn't enough to pull it down. Anyway, I've given an 87. Let's give it a little bit of a boost.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Well done. We have a silver with distinction at 85. Congratulations to the entrant. That's a great result. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Pretty even thoughts on this image here. We have a score of 72, which is a high professional standard for our entrant. Could we have a comment perhaps from Craig? Oh, sorry, no, Craig's busy. Tony Carter. Oh, he's busy as well. I can do it. Oh, sorry, Sarah Lee.
This is a beautifully captured little moment between young siblings. I think it is a case of less is more, though. It's a very busy scene. There's a lot of elements in there. My eye keeps getting drawn to the basket weave beside the baby's right ear, and I think just toning down the number of elements in the image would have really helped.
That's fantastic feedback. Thank you, Sarah Lee, for stepping up there. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Again, very even scoring and thought processes here. We have a high professional standard at 73. Could we have a comment from Jessica, please, for our entrant?
Fabulous capture of a great gaze. I'm just distracted by the bright patch in her hair and on her shoulder.
Thank you. That's great feedback. Oh, sorry, Johan.
No, keep going. Finish that off. And I'm gonna,
We'll accept that score. Thank you. You have a question?
Can we have some people tape this down better?
Certainly.
For Caleb.
Could we have a tech person with some gaffer tape, please? Thank you. Meanwhile, could we have a blank screen? We'll do a judge change while we're doing that. Could Craig, thank you. Would you like to step off for a moment? And could we welcome Richard Wood? Is Richard 5 minutes? He's in a meeting. Could we just put in Laura? Could we pop in Laura Smith then, please? Thank you.
How are we running?
We're doing good.
Good.
We just need to just keep those comments nice and succinct, which is great, and just make sure we just don't take too long up there with the prints. We're doing very well. Right, that's it. Okay. Yep. Right, could we have the next print, please? Just wait till they're finished. Oh, they're tripping over the boards. Okay. Yeah, so we'll just wait. Thank you, judges. We have a silver at 82, and we have a challenge from Jessica.
Ooh. I think I've got some support up here. I scored this in 86, silver with distinction. The circular nature of this image, and it goes down to that little dog. And the more I was waiting my turn to sort of get in there, and I was like, oh, I hope this is worth it when I get close. And then I got close and I saw his sad little face. And it was like, yes, there was a payoff. I think we need to reward the innovation and Tell me why it's not a silver with distinction, please.
Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on bronze because I think the stylised look of this is beautiful, the circular nature getting in there, but it feels like it's been dropped in. That's the feeling I'm getting around the dog. It sort of looks a little bit fudgedy, whether it is or whether it isn't. That's how it feels when you get in there and look.
Thank you, Tony. Can we also hear from Sarah Lee, please?
So I scored this print in 89 for all the amazing reasons that Jessica and Tony have just mentioned. I think what grounds it in that particular space that to me doesn't make it look like it's floating is that the depth of field in the circles before and after is significantly different, where it really matches in with its place in the depth of field. I think the backlighting from it really helps project the little the dog forward. I think had perhaps a tiny bit more catchlight in the eyes would have brought us to its face rather than its silhouette.
Okay, thank you, Sarah Lee. Quickly from Johan, please.
Fantastic photographic elements, the darkness above the dog and the lightness below it really frames it beautifully. It's also about what it feels like to be one of those little dogs sometime when you can't scream and shout. Lost and lonely. It's great. I gave it 83, and I'm glad we've had a chance to talk about this. I'm going up.
Thank you, judges. That's fantastic debate there. Could we please come back to Jessica, and we can wrap up.
I have nothing more to say. Let's bring it up.
Okay. Thank you, judges. Please score. Well done, judges. Congratulations to our entrant. And 85, silver with distinction. Could we have a blank screen just for a moment, please? We just got our tech guys just popping in a little bit of tape. We've got lots of hardware on the floor with all our computers and connections and things that we have to run to make sure the judges can put their scores in their tablets and things, their computers. So we're just going a little bit gaffer tape so we don't trip over them. The judges have to get up from their seats and their computers to look at the prints, and we just want to make sure that they're safe. So again, if you've just joined us, you're watching the Portrait Open category from the Nikon Iris Awards 2021. Our judges at the moment, we have Jessica Jones, Sarah Lee Cobb, Johan van Kaan, Tony Carter, and Laura Smith. Okay, so it looks like we're all good to go. Could we have the next print, please?
Small bit of silent in the background, so well done, Jason. Well done to the photographer also. We'll accept that score at silver.
Thank you, judges. Scores, please, judges. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of gold at 91. But we have a challenge from Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 97. I think that this is really strong emotional storytelling here. Is it about fertility? Is it about body shape? Look at those nether regions and the veins running around through there and how you're drawn down to there, but so softly and beautifully handled. This woman keeping her head up above water while her body is submerged into that deep blue down below. Those darker nether areas, is it about her body shape and styling? Does she want to lose that? It's in that darker area. The symmetry is beautiful. The whole attitude, the tonal range through this print, print quality is superb. That veil-like wrap around those legs, just the sheer beauty and the thoughts. You just go down into those nether regions, and is it about not being able to have a child? Is it about how she feels about her body? There's so many questions, and I'd love to hear some conversation about this.
Thank you, Tony. Can we hear from Jessica, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I scored this 83 silver. Might have been a bit stingy. All of the things you said, absolutely. The first thing I see when I look at the print, though, is her nose. And I don't know if it's just a smush too dark or what's going on there, but my eye keeps being drawn to her nose, and then I'm like, oh, I need to look at the story.
Thank you, Jessica. Johan, you're sort of in support of Tony. Could we hear from you, please?
I gave it the same score, but I wanted you to talk first.
Okay.
Come on, Johan, be brave.
I gave it 97. There's so much in this, and I think there's a lot of stuff that I'm not fully understanding just because I'm a guy. But the thing that I get out of this is the face is uncolored, unchalked, or whatever. And this is where you go, here is a person. The person seems to have a degree of pain. And then everything else around the person is about everything else. So there's a normal face, and then there's everything else that happens around it. The light the divinity of the light coming down, the sense of femininity is so strong. The tonality, it's just beautiful, and it makes you want to understand more. I love it a lot. I let Tony speak first so I could go higher than 97.
Thank you, Johan. If we're happy, judges, we'll send it back to you, Tony.
Yeah, it's just layer upon layer upon layer, and I think, you know, it's an easy goal with distinction, guys. Come up with Johan and myself.
Thank you, judges. That's great discussion. Could we please rescore? We have a goal with distinction at 95. Congratulations to our entrant. It's fantastic talking, guys. Could we have a blank screen, please? Tony, we'll give you a little break there if you'd like to hop off for a moment. And who are we replacing? Sorry, I'm with Tim. And Tim Lomax, could we get you to pop in, please?
Welcome, Judge Tim. Want me to do that? It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter unless you're leaving. Okay, thank you. Good to go. Thank you, guys. Could we have the next print, please?
Jason did another swing range altogether, and we'll let Michelle and John ace.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73, a high professional standard. Are we happy to accept that score, judges? Could we have a comment for our entrant, please, from Tim?
Yeah, beautiful portrait celebrating this woman's tattoos. Just to bring it up into the award range, just watch the posing of the hands, and I was also looking for some catchlight in the eyes.
Thank you, Tim. That's fantastic. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. So, we have an initial score of 79, which is a high bronze. And we have a challenge from Tim.
Yeah, this image posing is absolutely beautiful. The way her hands delicately wrap around her body, the way her right shoulder is just arching up. There's a sense of vulnerability in this, but I see so much beauty. The lighting is well controlled. I think it honestly deserves a silver distinction. I would like to hear what the other people think.
What was your score, Tim, please?
Oh, sorry, 86.
Thank you, Tim. Could we hear from Sarah Lee, please?
I scored this 77. I agree with Tim with all those points. I do find that I want the lighting to be even through the hair as well. I feel that disappears, and it sort of means it's more about those awkward arms and less about the face and the engagement there. So that's...
Thank you, Sarah Lee. We have comments from anybody else? Yep, Jessica.
I scored this as 78. I was just a little bit distracted by the highlight on her shoulder.
Thank
Took it
you.
away from her eyes.
Tim, back to you.
Yeah,
reply.
I can see all those points, especially in the hair. I think the highlight in the hair is lovely. Possibly a rim light there would have brought that up a little bit, but I definitely think this deserves a silver for beautiful lighting, beautiful posing, and a well-presented image.
Thank you, Tim. Judges, please rescore. And we have a silver award at 81. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. Pretty even scoring. We have a professional standard at 74. We happy with that? And could we have a comment from our entrant, please, from Laura?
Sure, interesting idea here. I think I wanted to see more what her eyes were doing. I know we probably can't see them because of a mask, but just to have some more lighting up there just to see what's going on.
Thank you, Laura. That's great feedback for our entrant. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a silver at 84, but we... But we have... Sarah Lee, do you wish to say something?
Yeah, okay, so I will challenge it. I scored 94. I think the storytelling elements of this is incredible. The way we have a female samurai with all the masks of her, the other samurai she's had victory over around the belt. I love the way that it's very heavy with the red in keeping with the culture. The way the hands are placed in symbolic meaning, and then the sword that comes up through the centre, or the staff. and then the lovely little death moths around that are all symbolic of victory, and I may or may not be right, but she could even look pregnant, which is coming forward with her generation and her lineage, and succeeding over the victors and striving forward, and then all those circles in the framing that link it all back to that really strong face.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Could we hear from Laura, please?
Thanks for talking about it. I mean, I didn't get that. So that was interesting, and I thought it was a really well executed image. But yeah, I'm listening.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Does anyone else like to comment? Tim.
Yeah, I gave this 84 silver. I was contemplating going into the distinction range. However, there are just a few things. I'm questioning if the eyes are a bit overworked. While the red circle on the stomach mirrors the framing of the image, I keep feeling that pulling me away from that piercing gaze of hers. I think it's a beautiful piece of communication. I don't know if I can come up into the gold range.
Thank you. Can we go back to you? Oh, sorry, Johan.
Okay, I'm just going to sort of show my ignorance here. I gave it 84 too. I'm happy to go up. About that red circle, I'm wondering whether that's perhaps a symbol of some form of femininity thing that's coming in, making the whole power of the woman in this even stronger. But yeah, help me.
Just very quickly, Tim.
I feel like this is a nod to the Japanese flag. But yeah, that's just a reply.
Okay, thank you. So right of reply goes back to Sarah Lee.
Thank you, Tim. We're umming and ahhing about which country or the flag. I love the storytelling elements. There's so much thought that's gone into there, from the way that the staff on the right-hand side is mirrored by the maple leaf stem on the left, and the use of the maple leaves in there. I agree with that the stomach is conflicting for our attention with the face, but I think there's a reason for that. I think that's a really intentional part of the story. I think it's an incredibly strong image, and I think it should come up.
Thank you. Thank you, judges. Could we please rescore?
There you go.
Thank you, judges. We have a silver distinction at 88. Good job. Awesome discussion, judges. Thank you. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a silver at 84, and before I even get my words out, Johan's got his arm out. A challenge from Johan, please.
Yeah, I love this photograph of how boys feel about being photographed. It's very well executed. It's very simple. It's very strong. You can see the unhappiness all the way through. This is perhaps a reflection of what parents do to their kids. They dress them up so they'll be photographed, and this is what they feel to the core sometimes. I think the photographer has presented us with a very novel approach to it. Yeah, the uncomfortableness of them, the anger, the frustration, the I don't want to be here-edness of it, that is a word, is awesome. I gave it a 94.
Thank you, Johan. Could we hear from Jessica?
First of all, if these boys are listening, congratulations for doing this. We all on this panel think you guys are amazing. I'm a studio photographer as well, and I see these faces all the time. and it's my job to capture this face and then cheer it up. I scored this 84. I think the treatment of the dog could have been, not the physical treatment, but the, I'm sure the dog's fine. I think if the dog was sitting, it just feels a little bit uncomfortable in the frame for me to take it up to a gold. But I'm happy to go up to silver distinction.
Thank you, Jessica. Sarah Lee.
I gave this an 83. I love the humour and the awkwardness throughout it. I think that to me the dog's trying to run away like the boys are. What sort of holds it down for me is the left-hand figure. I think that the colour palette just with that particular outfit could have been integrated a little bit better in terms of making it perhaps a little bit more dustier. And I think, unfortunately, that little boy is overacting, and his expression isn't as believable as the rest. And I find that the background is a fraction too dark, and it makes him really stand out rather than being placed in the situation physically.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. We need to put it back to you, Johan.
Those things are all very true. That dog is so uncomfortable being there as well as the boys. He wants to get out of there, or she. It's a parody, and I'm rewarding it for the photographer's ballsiness in creating this parody so strongly and giving us a very strong message about what it does feel like on the other side of the camera. I've given 94.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. We have a silver with distinction at 88. Congratulations to our entrant. Can we have a blank screen, please? So, Jessica, thank you for your input so far. Could we swap you out? And Tony Carter, could we get you to pop back in, please?
With love.
It's always nice to have a little banter between our judges. If you just want our judges are logging in, big shout out to Nikon for sponsoring the Iris Awards 2021. Make sure you pop down and see the team when they're here for the trade show tomorrow. Immerse yourself with their latest gear. Also, thanks to the NZIPP for sponsoring Portrait Open category. Looks like we're good to go. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 75. Can we have a comment from Johan, please?
Really unusual, interesting image, very different. I feel the choice of paper kind of let it down a little bit. Something with a bit more contrast and punch would have perhaps given it a bit more strength.
Thank you, Johan. That's great feedback for our entrant. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. And we have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to our entrant. Perhaps could we have a comment from Sarah Lee?
I love the detail in this image. I think perhaps what holds it back is that the unfortunate shadow that falls under the car from the flash makes it look as though the car is post-production placed in the image. There's a lot of movement in the background and all the shed details, and then the sky somehow does not fit with that colour palette.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah Lee. That's great feedback. Could we have a blank screen, please? So, Johan, thank you. Could we just let you take a little break, please? And could we welcome Richard Wood to the panel, please? Laura, could we get you to take a little break? Thank you. And could we welcome Mel Waite to the panel, please?
It's cold in here.
It's freezing. If you do feel you need to jump up and do a couple of star jumps or something, please do. Yeah. So the doors are closed. This may take a little while for the heat to build up again. If we're all ready, are we all logged in? Thank you, judges. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 75. Mel, perhaps we could have a comment from you for our entrant, please. Could we have a comment from you for our entrant? A comment for our entrant?
Oh,
yes.
sorry, I couldn't hear
Oh,
you.
sorry.
It's okay. Lovely tonal palette and nice contrast of the three different hair colours. I just think you need to work with your engagement. The expressions are pensive and tense.
Okay. Thank you, Mel. That's great feedback for our entrant. Could we have the next print, please?
There's a nice orientation goes up. You can see that right there. So, thank you.
Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 77. Would you like to have a comment for our entrant from maybe Tony Carter?
Yeah. Beautiful treatment and colour tone. I sort of feel the shoulder feels a little bit disassociated with the head, and also the bottom left-hand corner and the hand draw your eye away from looking at the face.
Thank you, Tony. We have the next print, please. I'd like to say a little shout out to our team from UCOL who are working hard behind the scenes for us today, bringing all our prints, putting up all our award galleries. If you're in Nelson, please come and see us at the Trafalgar Centre. The work's all on display in the foyer. Come and see some amazing, beautiful work. Okay, thank you, judges. Pretty even thinking here. We have a professional standard at 73. Could we, oh, thank you, judges. Could we have a comment from Sarah Lee, please?
Okay. I think it's a beautiful still moment. I think a little bit more attention could be taken to the styling. If she didn't have such a detailed outfit on there, it would bring the attention back to the face. And I think a little less work on the hair. I think that's been overdone, but keep going. It's on a beautiful track.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic feedback. Could we have the next print, please?
Could we have a blank screen?
Oh, sorry.
A blank screen, sorry.
Sorry.
Could we take Celia
Okay.
a break?
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Would you like to take a little break for us? And could we welcome Catherine Cadenac, please?
And we're going to give Tim a break as well now.
Okay, so, and Tim, I'll get you to hop off for a wee second. And Laura, could we get you back in, please? Think warm thoughts, guys. Think warm thoughts. Tropical islands, pina coladas, sandy beaches. Think we're ready to go? You right, Catherine?
Sorry, yes, I'm good.
Can we have the next print, please?
Sorry.
There's a lot of juggling going on over here. Thank you, judges. We have a silvered with distinction at 86, and Tony's arms out straight away. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, I'm on 92, and I know I've got somebody else in that range with me, which is really nice. You know, the simplicity of this image can't be stated enough, really. The symmetry is outstandingly beautiful. When you get up into this print, the fine details of this dog, the softness of a harsh, the fur, it sort of just blends away so incredibly carefully crafted by the photographer into that softness in the background. I mean, this is so simple, but yet quite complicated in a funny way as well. You're just drawn into the eyes of this dog, and then your eye just softly goes around the rest of the image. I think it's very contemporary and timeless at the same time, and very hard to fault. Beautiful image.
Thank you, Tony. Can we hear from Laura, please?
I agree with you, and I'm just being stingy. I'm coming up.
Laura, what was your score?
81.
Thank you.
Oh, no, it's a...
Okay. They're on similar scores. Did you want to say something, Mel?
No, because we're talking gold.
Yeah. So you have...
Just very quickly, it's so often subtleties and subtle images are overlooked, and I believe they deserve to be rewarded.
Thank you, Mel. Let's go to Catherine, just in support of Tony there.
So yeah, I gave this a 90 gold, and I wish I'd gone a stronger gold. I mean, it had the initial impact for me. Everything that Tony said and more, really. I've never seen a dog photographed in a way that makes such an awesome abstract out of it, really. You know, the symmetry's there. The choice of that pale background really highlights all the highlights in the dog's face. So you kind of come up through those beautiful the droopy central bits up around the top of the nose, out the top of the head, you flow down the ears. It's a gorgeous graphic, and I feel that it's also telling quite a lot of story. There's this mournfulness in the dog's eyes, but this is like a working dog. One of these, what are they called? I can't think of it. Bernese Mountain Dog, isn't it?
Saint Bernard.
Saint Bernard.
So it's a Saint Bernard. Okay, there you go. Sorry, lucky I'm not a nature photographer. I have to title these things, but it feels to me. It felt to me like it was one of the ones that goes and gets your toilet roll when you're stuck out in there. And
Alcohol.
the mattedness of the fur at the front sort of suggests to me that it's been out there doing stuff. So I'm getting story. I'm getting graphic. It's working on a lot of levels, and I'm coming up higher.
Thank you, Catherine. We happy, judges? Can we go back to you, Tony, please?
Yeah, just what Catherine said, really. Let's get it up into, a high gold.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have a gold at 92. Congratulations to our entrant. That's a fantastic result. Can we have a blank screen, please? Mel, can we get you just to hop out, please? And Jessica, can we get you to pop back in? Thank you. Richard, we'll have to get, if you would mind popping out, and Johan, can you come back in, please? Johan, can I get you to pop back in, please?
It's asking me about me. It's very important. Just for one? Is it just for one?
No. You're in.
No, you can log in if that's okay.
Okay.
Damn.
It's beautiful, wasn't it?
Just waiting for Johan to log in. Just for our audience
Found
at
it.
home, a gold award scores between 90 and 94. Our previous image. And we're good to go. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Very even scoring here. We have a professional standard at 71. Can we have a comment from Catherine Cadenac, please, for our entrant?
Beautiful image, sweet moment, gorgeous kids loving the shooting through. Watch your highlights. Would have been nice to see what the kids were both looking at, because it feels like quite a big part of the image, and just also watch clipping the fingers of the wee boy over to the right, taking it out of frame and getting his fingers chopped off.
Thank you, Catherine. It's great feedback for our entrant. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 75. And can we have a comment, please, for our judges, from our judges? Jessica, please.
Love the vibrant colour palette, love the innovation with the framing, and this gorgeous woman living her best life. I just love to see a little bit more story or reason that this is happening.
Okay, sorry, and just another quick comment from Catherine.
I actually gave this 80. I just wanted to say to the photographer, I did get your story, that I love you, and then the heart. I think it's cool. I think maybe a little bit more space around. It's quite tight at the top, but quite creative. So well done.
Thank you, Catherine. That's fantastic feedback. Could we have the next print, please? So I'd like to thank people that have popped into the judging room as our audience today. It's great to have you here supporting the entrance. Thank you, judges. We have a high professional standard at 74. We happy to, we have a comment for our entrant, please? Jessica.
Gorgeous wee moment. I just look at your skin tones and your cropping.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a silver at 80. Scoring's pretty even. Could we hear from you, Laura, please, for a comment for our entrant?
Beautiful moment, and I really enjoyed the silhouette, but maybe a little bit more detail in the blacks would be good.
Fantastic. That's great feedback. Could we have a blank screen for a moment, please? We're just going to have a little swap of panel chair for a minute. And I'll hand you over to Simone.
Thank you, Shah.
Hasn't she done an amazing job in sub-zero temperatures?
Whoa. Sunny outside.
Right, could we have the next print, please? Pardon?
Still on the old
We need to clear the old scores.
scores, are in there.
Apologies.
Go to the next
My bad.
slide. Yeah.
Just give it a second. You should be good to go now.
Thank you.
We have a score of 91. Johan's got his hand up first.
Oh, sorry. Was there another one higher than me, or?
Let's have a look, actually. No, you're the top there.
Okay, I gave it 96. Wow. This is the sea giving up. I surrender. Little flag at the front. the nets with the sharks in the bottom, the industrialization on the top, the climate change feel, the whole, it's quite, you have to look for a long time to find it all. The flag's right in front of you, but I didn't even see it because I was looking at everything else. Yeah, a lot of thought, a lot of feeling, a lot of emotional content, but mainly the meaning. I gave it a 96. 91's good, and thanks for that so far, but let's see if we can go up to a distinction on this.
Thank you, Johan. And I'm just going to come down to Laura, if that's okay.
Thank you so much for showing me that, and I'm coming up.
Brilliant. And who else would like to? Thanks, Jessica.
Absolutely exquisite. I'm not even, I can't even, words. I gave this a 94. I missed the flag. So the flag would have just pushed me straight into distinction, which is where I'm going.
And since we're talking gold, thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, so I gave this 95 gold distinction. I didn't have to look hard at all for the message. I saw the flag immediately, a really, really strong communication. The reason I was up there, I was just keeping on looking around and then seeing more and more supporting elements. As you've got the industrialisation with those large chimneys. I think also just that clever use of her costume with the coral on her shoulders, so the hint that this is all we see. She's also got a little bit of a, with the hair poking up, you get that iceberg thing, the hidden story. We only see the tip of the iceberg. So I'm coming even higher from my 95 gold distinction.
Thank you so much. Judges, could we get you to put your scores in?
Oh, didn't you? Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
My call,
Right of
my
reply.
call.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm begging you for some help here because I'm stuck on 96. I really feel it's. If you look at her face and feel the sadness that's in that, the resignation. I really can't see what's wrong. I wish I'd gone higher. I gave it 96.
Wonderful. Thank you, Johan, for that. So judges are putting their scores in. Wow. 98. Gold distinction. Congratulations. Fantastic talking there, guys. Thank you very much. Judges, you've done a really great job. So you want a breather? How you're feeling? You're good to go? Brilliant. What we'll do is we'll just have a bit of a breather for a while. Does any judges like a water, or are you guys all quite refreshed at the moment? If you do, we've got gorgeous girl over here, assistant, and okay, we'll go to the next print, please. Thank you, Simone, for sitting in for me there. Fantastic result for our entrant, a gold with distinction. Thank you, judges. Our score is 79. And we have a challenge from Catherine Cadenac.
I gave this an 83 silver. I think this is a beautiful piece of storytelling that has been very innovatively presented to us with the choice of the framing. I'm really believing it. I think there's a great introduction. We've got the kid feeling this. We've got the little manipulation of the jaw, and he's right in there with the two dinosaurs fighting each other, and then you've got the death. So we've got story, we've got progression through it, lovely tonal range, creativity in the presentation. So yeah, I think this is worthy of a silver.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we hear from you, Laura?
I agree. I loved everything about that, and you just can't fault the storytelling. You really believe him. I scored at 82.
Thank you, Laura. And could we just pop to Jessica, please?
I scored the 74. Turns out I was the bad guy. This kid knows every single dinosaur name that there is to know. I believe it too. I'll come up.
Thank you, judges. Back to you, Catherine. Right, a reply.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I think we've got very high level of craft, skill, technique, storytelling. The lighting's great. Let's take it to silver.
Thank you, judges. Could you please rescore? Well done, judges. We have a silver at 81. Great feedback for the entrant. Thank you. Could we have a blank screen, please? Okay, thank you, Catherine. We'll get you to pop off just for a little moment. And could we welcome back Tim Lomax, please? And thank you, Laura. Could we have Sarah Lee, please? Yes, that chattering you can hear is the judge's teeth. We're all feeling a little bit chilly here, but it looks like we're ready to go. Let's have the next print, please. Thank you again to NZIPP for sponsoring the Portrait Open category this year. And of course our overall sponsor, Nikon, for sponsoring our whole awards. Thank you guys. Without you, this event wouldn't be possible. We so appreciate your support, particularly in these challenging times. Thank you, judges. Pretty even scoring here. We have a silver at 80. Could we perhaps have a comment from you, Tony, please?
I'd rather not.
Thank you. Tim?
Yeah, a beautifully printed image, really enticing tonal range throughout the rocks. You can see almost figures reflecting in the shapes around her. What let it down for me was the smile on the model's face. I don't think it matched the drama of the scene. It felt, a bit let down by that.
Okay, thank you, Tim. That's really good feedback for our entrant. Can we have the next print, please? Okay.
Yeah.
We okay? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 84, a silver award, but Tony has his hand up for a challenge. Thank you.
I'm on 91 with this image, and I've seen this work before, so I've pushed no. But yeah, I just find this just extremely beautiful and so well balanced. Subtle use of the colours, just with their green outfit and just that hint of green coming through. But just, it's more about the way this image makes you feel, how you sort of are pulled in close to those beautiful features, how you run up the arm into the face and then round through the birds. The beautiful hair is exquisite. Print quality is superb. You've got that lovely line running from bottom left up to the top right. You've got motion and stillness at the same time. Beautifully crafted portrait to a very high standard, gold 91.
Thank you, Tony. Could we hear from Sarah Lee, please?
I scored this in 81, and it may have been too harsh because I agree with Tony that it's so beautifully crafted in the colours and the details and everything. I think what I found quite distracting was that there looks like there is movement blur on her hand that's created in post-production, because I find that the movement is falling on some fingers, not other fingers, and the upper bird looking to land on nothing is quite awkward and therefore a little distracting. So that's what's keeping me a little bit lower.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Jessica, can we hear from you, please?
I scored this in 86, silver with distinction. I love the fact that bird has nowhere to land, because to me this is a story about her favourite bird, and her favourite bird probably doesn't even want to be the favourite bird, to be honest, but the guy above kind of does want to be the favourite bird. I'm happy to come up to silver distinction. I think it's stunning.
Thank you, Jessica. Tim?
I gave this an 83 silver. I agree with everything that's been said here. What's held it back for me is the highlight on the nose pulls me away from the eye. I just wish there would be more pull in that eye. I'm going to come up to silver distinction, but I don't think I can come up to gold.
Thank you. And a comment from Johan, please.
I gave it 80. I'm happy to go to distinction, can't go to gold. Just feel that the edges around the birds are so much sharper than the edge around the person that it sort of feels manufactured. I would have loved to sort of believed it more. Yeah.
Thank you. Right of reply, Tony. It's back to you.
Be nice to put the score in after I've had my right of reply. It's all right. I'm only teasing. To answer the questions there, this is doesn't feel like it's outside to me. It is manufactured. That's what this category is about. It's about bringing all these elements in and telling a story. I don't mind the warmer hot spot on the nose. I don't find that distracting. I think it sort of pulls you into the areas that you should be. But yeah, this is a whole series of still lifes, and I loved your story down the end there. And I'm surprised that you're not considering coming up to gold with me with what you're saying about the top bird. But yeah, come with me if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have a silver with distinction at 88. Some fantastic feedback for our entrant. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please?
Okay, so we'll see the score. Thank you for that. And all the thanks. Sorry, we're swapping out
Thank you, judges. We have a silver at 81. We happy with that? Pretty even scoring. Could we have a comment from Tim, please?
Yeah, a beautiful connection between the man and the horse. The posing's amazing. Yeah, I guess just for some constructive feedback, just watch the exposure on the left side of the frame.
Okay, thank you. That's been great feedback for our entrant. Could we have a blank screen, please? Tim, can I get you to pop off? Thank you. And Catherine Cadenac, could we have you back on, please? And could we have Mel in for Jessica Jones, please?
Sorry, just finding myself.
Not a problem. Okay, we're good to go. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. So, thank you, judges. We have a silver distinction at 86, but I see Mel's bouncing down there. We have a challenge, please.
Okay, I scored this 93. What a powerful piece of narration of a story of addiction and sadness. It has elements of just so many layers. There's subtleties. The book, for those who can't see, says the wine o'clock myth, which does talk about the way we as people and New Zealanders consume alcohol, and the dangers and the impacts of it. The character in the bed is obviously in a state of despair. It's the middle of the night. There's reference to happier times and a happier person with a beautiful light image up in the top right corner. She's wearing a wedding ring, which symbolises, that there's other people involved in this narrative, and there's obviously hurt and destruction there. It's well lit, the dark, moody light, the way the light falls on her from the lamp. It's a really superior piece of communication here. So I'm on 93, and I'd like to hear from others.
Thank you, Mel. Could we hear from Johan, please?
Yeah, I gave it a 78. I felt the elements were in there. There's bottles of wine. There's a book that says, "Look here." There's a clock that tells you time. There's a person either hungover or despairing or regretting, and there's a dark picture which could be of better times. And I feel that I've been led into a story, but I haven't had it really brought together properly, and I'm not sure whether it's because I need to see more of the person. I just feel it's not held in a way that is a little bit less than not obvious, a bit more subtle, a bit more Yeah. It's a story with the elements, but I feel the glue's not that good. But, I'm listening.
Okay, thank you, Johan. Can we hear from Tony, please?
I'm on 88. I think I'm quite comfortable still there at the moment. All the elements there, and I think they're subtle and soft, and so I don't mind that. I'm probably just finding her pose not matching her feelings. I sort of find the arms a little bit staged, so that's where I'm sort of thinking, this. It just to me it looks like I've been told to sit there like this. So I'm not actually feeling that from the person, and it just looks almost like her arms almost look like part of the structure of the photograph rather than the emotional pull of her angst.
Catherine, just a quick comment from you. Thank you, Tony.
So I was on 88 Silver Distinction. I didn't go to gold for the reasons that Johan identified. I also feel that picture frame is slightly too tight. I would have liked a little bit more space above that, a wee bit uncomfortable. I actually was on a lower Silver Distinction and bumped it up at the last minute because when I sat down, it was actually the arms, Tony, that made me go higher. I love the diagonal, but I also love the way that lower arm echoes the lines in the frame and then the rectangular lines of the lamp. I'm seeing quite a lovely connection there, so I'm happy on my Silver Distinction.
Thank you, judges. Mel, back to you.
Cool. Look, I hear what you're saying, and I think I think I'm pushing things uphill to get you guys to go up to gold with me. But just a couple of things here. First of all, you said uncomfortable. This image does make us uncomfortable. The type frame is a deliberate decision to make us feel uncomfortable and closed in. When you're dealing with something like a mental health issue, like addiction, it does have a tendency to bring you and make you feel closed in. The hands echo that. If you go in really close, you can see that there is grief and tension on the face with the furrowed brow. But when we're experiencing or feeling these emotions, we do have a tendency to cover our heads with our hands to bring ourselves in and to hide away from the world. So all those elements, I'm at 93, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Her initial score is 86. Judges, please rescore. And we have a silver distinction at 88. Thank you, judges. Fantastic debate for our entrant. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Very even scoring. We have a silver at 81. Perhaps have a comment from Catherine for our entrant, please.
So I gave this an 84. I think it's a really striking image, loving the light and the sort of the band effect that you're getting on the forehead there because of the netting. What held me back, I guess, from going slightly higher was the hand. I do find it distracting and I don't feel it's adding anything.
Okay. Thank you, Catherine. It's awesome feedback. Very important for all our prints to get feedback. And could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 77. Mel, can we have a comment from you, please, for our entrant?
Beautiful graphical nature and wonderfully well balanced. Be nice to see just a little bit more fill in the front.
Thank you. Fantastic feedback. Could we have a blank screen, please? Okay, could we have just a quick judge change? Could Mel, would you mind stepping off just for a moment, please? And could we have Joe Francis, please?
Scarf into the panel.
So a shout out to our online audience and to our friends and fellow photographers in Australia. We're missing you here. Hopefully things will get better and we'll be able to see you back here soon. Hope you're enjoying the Portrait Open category sponsored by Nikon. Looks like we're all ready to go. Could we have the next print, please? On our panel at the moment, we have Sarah Lee Cobb, Tony Carter, Johan van Kaan, Catherine Cadenac, and Joe Francis Moore. Thank you, judges. We have a silver award at 81. And Tony has his arm out for a challenge before we even get to clap. Tony, take it away.
Oh, 86. As soon as Scooby-Doo came around, I'm in there. Hey, come on. Yeah, I can even do the laugh, but I'm not going to. Yeah. I mean, the power of this image with the dog in the forefront there, and then the handling of this and the treatment and dropping out of focus, I think, is at the right levels. The lighting and the feel of this, I suppose, it's not perfect in its composition, but we all know what it's about, and I think it's a nice piece of storytelling with great lighting, great coloration and gradation, and thanks for taking me back to my childhood.
You're still there.
Yes.
I know, I'm grown up, according to my wife.
Thank you, Tony. Can we go to Sarah Lee, please?
All right, I scored this at 78. Beautiful, beautiful interpretation of a cartoon. Unfortunately, what let me down was the compositing issues in the shadow that falls on Scooby-Doo's our left shoulder, which just makes him stand out from the van and as being placed, and the extra cartoon figures in the background being of cartoon drawing as opposed to the figure in the van being human. I think, and if the lighting was improved, it would have brought it up, definitely.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Anybody else? Okay, Tony, back to you.
I have nothing more to add. See if you can come up with me.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we stay on 81, a silver award. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. thank you, judges. Just pick up our pace just a little bit with having lots of panel changes. We just need to keep our time mindful, so the comments nice and concise, please. Thank you, judges. Very even thinking we have here. We have a bronze at 75. Congratulations to our entrant. And we have a comment from Johan, please.
Lovely design elements, although one of them just slightly pierces into the black on the left-hand side. So when you're putting design elements in, be careful.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Again, very even scoring. We have a professional standard at 71. Can we have a comment from Johan, perhaps?
I enjoy that the marijuana plant is a little bit hazy. It sort of adds to the feeling of it, but I just feel that it's sort of a little bit cool in the skin tones. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Johan. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a silver at 82, very even scoring. Thank you, judges. And perhaps can we hear from you, Jo, for a comment, please?
Really innovative concept. I feel like she is a little lost in it, though. I feel like I keep coming back up to the thing above her head, which maybe is the point of the photo. And, yeah, I just feel like her face needed to pop out a little bit more than it does.
Thank you, Jo. Can we have the next print, please? This is for our viewers at home. If an image scores per professional standard, it scores between 60 and 74 points. Professional standard is approaching award level, it's well executed, has appropriate professional level of craft and technique, a good standard of professional practice, and what is a professional is expected to produce in their day-to-day work. Thank you, judges. Thank you, judges. We have initial score of 88, which is silver distinction. And we have a challenge from Mr. Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 92. I think this here, how you just sort of wander around the universe, and you just get pulled through in the right areas, the face with that hair drifting through, then your eyes softly rolls around the outside of the circular nature of this image, and you just keep repeating round and round. The elements are absolutely stunning. The arch over the top, perfect. Probably what kept me from going higher was probably just the hands just look a little bit clunky in a way. But yeah, you can sort of feel like you can wrap your arms around this image. So it's got that dimensionality to it. Otherworldly nature, and just the magnetic field, the pull of Earth and the moon, or whatever it is highly intelligent work and should be rewarded with the gold.
Thank you, Tony. Can we hear from Johan, please?
I gave it an 84 in the hope that if there was something in it, Tony would tell me. I gave it an 84 because it felt quite staged, and that clunkiness you're talking about is the staginess that I was feeling in it. Also in the lighting on the face, it almost feels too contrasty with the light coming in from the side, and so the grace is gone for me from that. And I feel that this character is supposed to be powerful and graceful and elegant, and the sharpness of the side light, just even though it's really lovely control on it, it just put me off a bit. I could go, I'm happy with it getting a distinction, but I'm not sure if I can go to a gold, even though it's the right colour.
Thank you, Johan. Catherine, you're sort of up there as well. Could we hear from you, please?
I'm an 88 silver distinction. I'm still quite torn. There's so much to love about this image. I love, just in addition to the things that have been talked about, just the delicacy of the orbit lines, and then those echoed in the circle behind. I think the circularity, the repetition of that beautiful moon behind her. It's in her headdress. It's in the matting choice is lovely. I sort of that bright highlight on the globe takes my eye away from her face. I agree with what Johan has said about the hands, but I feel like I'm potentially being a little bit picky, and it wouldn't take me too much more persuading to get up into gold.
Sarah Lee?
I also scored at 88. I just want to question why the lighting on her body wasn't continued up into the hair. I think that's where the disconnect's falling, is that the hair itself that's going astray off to the side is beautiful, but the lighting isn't consistent there.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Jo?
For me, there's a sort of mismatch, because so many elements of this photo are delicate and just very refined, but there's something so muscular about the posing of the central character. And yeah, I just wanted to feel the delicacy of the way she's, I feel like particularly her right hand is beautifully posed, but her left hand does feel clunky. And I also want to know what's in the globe. Can anyone tell me what's in the globe? I mean, I'm on 89, so I'm not far off a gold, and I'm happy to be talked up, but I just need a little bit more information about what is in the globe and why is she so muscular looking. I mean, I'm not talking so much about her actual body, but just the posing and the feel of the photo is, it's on one hand delicate and on the other hand muscular, and it just doesn't quite gel for me.
Okay, thank you, Jo. Back to you, Tony. Right reply.
Yeah, I mean, to address the glow in the face, I think, that is bouncing off the earth. Okay, there. So maybe this is a take on the planet and what we're doing to it. Maybe we need to go somewhere else. So you've sort of got that pull between them. Muscularity. Who says? Yeah, it is. It's powerful, I suppose. But there is a softness in it, that lighting which pulls you off the background around the body. I think it's nicely done without being too strong. I think the face has a look of death and gloom, because that's what we're you could read into that's what we're doing to the planet. But, I feel that we're being very, very picky here because we can, and I think you need to come up. It's way better than anything with silver in front of it. It needs to just come into low gold. If you can't come up into high gold, I think it's well deserved. And this is masterful work.
Thank you, Tony. Judges, please rescore. Initial score
Please.
was 88. Well done, judges. We have a gold at 90. Congratulations to our entrant. That's fantastic debate. Can we have a blank screen, please? Okay, Tony, thank you. I'll get you to hop off the panel for a moment. And can we welcome back Tim Lomax, please?
Good idea.
Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. So we we've got my words out again, and Johan has his arm up. We have a gold at 91, and we have a challenge from Johan.
I really need a moment. The kitchen needs a bit of a tidy up. But here is a man facing death. He's looking out to the light, and he has the support of his partner, and that's all I need to say. And if you look around, sorry, there's more. There's hats. There's hats that represent living, and the clutter is, well, it's all his history. It's all his past. It's their past together. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you, judges. Could we hear from Tim, please?
Yeah, I was on 88 Silver Distinction, and I'm definitely going to come up. It's a really strong emotive piece. I see this couple moving on to the next phase of life, whether that's death of one or both of them, or moving into maybe the step before death in a rest home. I see the life they've built together in the background. The lighting is beautiful, the paper, the tonal range. It's really struck a chord and made me a bit emotional. So I'll definitely be coming up.
Thank you. And Jo, you're in support of Johan there?
I'm on 91, and I'm going to come up to gold distinction. The more you look at this, the more you find in it. There's all these references to their history and their past. There's nods to the children they've had, the lives they've lived. And what's so striking about this photo is it's just been so delicately handled. There's nothing that clunks at you. You go up there and the expressions are exquisite, but they're subtle. There's nothing that sort of leaps out and bangs you on the head. You just get to come at it at your own pace and feel into this photo. And I think if I had this on my wall, I would stand in front of it a lot and find more things. I think I've been stoogey at 91. I'm going to come up to a gold distinction, and I think you guys should join me.
Thank you, Johan. Anything else you want to add?
if you look at the feeling that she's expressing and the resignation in his face to what else is there, if you look to the door, which is the way out from there, if you look to the story that surrounds them, you'll question why I only gave it 99.
Thank you, Johan. Some fantastic emotive talking here. Judges, please rescore. Just waiting for one more score.
That'd be me.
Leaving our entrant hanging. Thank you, judges. We have a gold distinction at 97. Congratulations to our entrant. It's a fantastic result. Thank you, judges. Do we need a minute?
That was it.
We've got some, anyone need their eyes dabbed or anything? Okay, we just might take a moment and just have a blank screen for a moment. We'll just do a
Judge change.
quick judge change.
Oh, well, might as well do it now anyway, he's done it. So we'll give Johan a break now.
So Johan, we'll get you to step off, please, and Richard. Welcome Richard Wood to the panel, thank you. Right, can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a solid bronze on 78 with a challenge from Catherine.
Yeah, I gave this 83. It's a striking image. We've got a beautiful, beautiful shape here with the repetition, the mirroring. It's got a story. I'm not fully. I'm getting angst. We've got the hands in the background coming at the face, so I'm not fully comprehending it yet, but I feel that that's on me, not the photographer, really, if we had more time. I'm also kind of getting lungs or some sort of, out of this shapes here, sort of looks like internal organs. It's quite beautiful. It's been beautifully printed, and I think we're just slightly shortchanging it on a bronze, so I'd like to talk about it.
Thank you, Catherine. Tim, could we hear from you, please?
I was on 72 professional standard. I did see the lungs. As I stepped back, I looked at it more as the form as opposed to looking for the character, I guess. What really is pulling my eye is the reflective hand in the centre there, the claw. I keep coming back to that when I want to see the expression on the face. I can definitely come up, but I don't know if I can come up into silver just for lighting and that attention-grabbing hand.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Catherine, it's back to you. Right of reply.
For me, I'm now seeing antlers too. Yeah, do what you feel's right.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And well done. We have a silver at 80.
we have the next print, please? Oh, it's a blank screen. Well done, judges. That concludes the print part of our judging today. We will take a few moments to change our table over for our digital screen. Our judging panel will stay as they are. If you need to take a short moment to grab a little bit of sunlight and warm up, a drink, bathroom break, please just be a few minutes and we'll get underway. Yeah, my money's a decaf latte with almond. Yeah. Thank you, Simone. Could we have our screen elevated too, please? Yep, thank you. Yep.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's all you need. Yep. Yep, there's rock cards for 8. Excellent. Put in order. F is full screen. I think they've done really well. Because I see it as the first digital. Yeah. So, I think, yeah. It'd be great if they had a sponsor like Cadenac or something. Here's your screen. You know, there's half a dozen.
You're really good at the line. You're good at saying it. But it's so fun to having people. Oh, no. We're actually all ready to go. Yeah, I'll get you a run. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. So we're good to go.
No, we're just going to start with digital. Thank you. Okay, judges, would you like to take your positions, please? So we have Sarah Lee Cobb, we have Tim Lomax, Richard Wood, Catherine Cadenac, and Joe Francis Moore.
Yeah. I thought I've seen this before and I think I remember.
Nice cup. Those cups aren't.
I did see it somewhere,
yeah.
yeah.
No, they're not very good quality. They usually come with a knitted hairband. Yeah. My husband got me two.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Small.
I think probably what I did notice
He's
was
quite fussy.
Yes, yep, no, you're fine. You're good.
Well, yeah, because it was a this just wasn't big enough. You're going to make cute cups for the standard size.
Thank you, judges. Sarah Lee Cobb, Tim Lomax, Richard Wood, Catherine Cadenac, and Joe Francis Moore. We ready to go? Fantastic. Could we have the next first image?
Is this one there? Was that not?
No.
That? There's a placeholder.
No, there and then there. Again, push it again. Yep. It's a bit hard to see. So just if you're joining us online, welcome. We're just starting the digital component of the Portrait Open category today, kindly sponsored by a lovely NZIPP, and also big thanks to our overall sponsor, Nikon. Thank you, judges. And we have a silver with distinction at 86. We happy with that, judges? Can I get a comment from Catherine Cadenac, please?
Stunning image, beautiful control here. I guess I would have liked that little rim light that's on him to have a little bit more on her. I feel she's getting a wee bit lost and potentially darkened down the object between them. It's slightly distracting, but it's also adding texture, so that's a bit arguable, really. Lovely work.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Very similar trains of thought here. We have a solid bronze at 78. And perhaps get a comment from Joe. Thank you.
I think this has been really well handled. I mean, it's a bright sunny day and you've managed to place the dogs in exactly the right spot so there's no big ugly highlights on them. The dogs have been really well captured. Just probably to elevate it, we just needed a bit more, really, a bit more story or a bit more something different.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 77. Congratulations to, Sarah?
Oh, no,
Sarah Lee? Would like to comment? Okay, thank you. Would you like to comment for Rachel? Thank you.
It's not a challenge. It's just
No, okay, no, it's fine. Thank
Sorry.
you.
I think it's a beautiful, subtle connection of the girl and her horse. I think to remove some distracting lights from the background and create it more about the scenery and less about perhaps your human influence behind. And her skin tone's a little too saturated for the rest of the tonal palette.
Okay. That's awesome feedback. Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next image, please? For the benefit of our online audience, we always make sure that every image has a comment. Entering the awards is an amazing opportunity for feedback and critique on your work. Thank you, judges. And again, we have a strong bronze at 77 with a challenge from Catherine.
I gave this 82, which is just a low silver, and I guess what bumped me into that is that I actually got a story from this. I don't know if I'm seeing antlers and lungs and all that again, but I'm anthropomorphizing these little starfish. So particularly the first three made me think of people. You've got somebody there with their arms up, you've got somebody running in, sort of leaping in the air, falling sideways, and then in the last one, I was initially bothered by that detail on the bottom right there, and I thought, no, we've still got the person, they're just doing a handstand now. So pretty cool little story. So yeah, I'm a silver.
Oh, thank you, Catherine. Tim?
Yeah, I was on 78 bronze. I love that story. I saw every character in there. I just had a chuckle to myself because the starfish in the middle reminds me of the one from Finding Nemo. That's like, today's the day! So it might be a day for silver. The only thing that held me back was just the coral on the far right one. But I do enjoy such characters from such colourful creatures. So yeah, I'm going to come up.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you, Tim. Richard, thank you.
I'm going to come up. I was actually on professional standard. At first, I saw that I questioned whether it needed two blue ones in there, and I thought they were quite, those tentacles. No, they come out kind of fondling out there, and some of them are just almost on the tip of that, like around the rim of the circles, and that kind of Yeah, but as soon as you talked about anthropomorphizing, yeah, I see it. And as soon as you said that, yeah, all these characters came to life, and definitely there's a cartwheel at the last one, so I'll come way up.
Thank you, everybody. Catherine, back to you for writer reply.
Yep, thanks guys. Nothing more to add, let's reward it.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have a silver at 82. Thank you, judges, and we've all learned a new word today. Have to go and Google that one later. Could we have the next image, please?
Wrong space. Where's the delete on this? Backspace, maybe.
Thank you, judges. Very even scoring. We have a high professional standard at 74. Can we have a comment perhaps from Catherine? Thank you.
Yeah, definitely high professional standard. It's a tight crop, but I feel that sort of emphasises the strength and the size of this creature. There's some purple fringing going on the shoulder there. Just watch that. Yeah.
Thank you. That's very valuable. Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze at 77. Congratulations to our entrants. And perhaps, Jo, would you like a comment, please?
This is beautifully lit and really beautifully posed, but it is being really let down by the cropping. It's just too tight at the bottom. You're clipping the fingers, and it's sort of the lines of his jeans are basically bringing us right into his groin area, which is not really somewhere we want to land. So just be a bit more mindful of your cropping.
Thank you, Jo. Great feedback. We'll just sit with this image for a moment. We can't essentially do a blank screen. Sarah Lee, I'll get you to hop off our panel. Thank you very much for you. And could we have Laura back in, please? Tim, thank you, if you'd like to take a seat. And could we welcome back Craig Turner-Bullock, please?
You've got some work to do, Craig.
I do. Where are we? 54.
Just waiting a moment for our judges to find their place on our judging system, and we're good to go. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. All right, let's go. We have an 82 silver. And we have a challenge, please, from Joe.
82. Guys, you need to go up and have another look at this. This is just so exquisite. The palette, the pose, the way she's perfectly held within her environment, that sweep of the top tree just holding her gently and mimicking the line of her body and her neck. I would have gone gold distinction, except for the fact that she's holding the edge of her fabric. It's caught on her bow. But other than that, I just think this is exquisite. The shape, you can see it's been manipulated, but it hasn't been so clunkily done that it draws our eye. And just the control. And the photographer is in exactly the right place within this environment to see this and to capture this. I think you guys are being stoogey. I'd like to hear why you haven't put it in gold.
Thank you, Joe. Craig, could we hear from you?
I scored this 78, and I think it's definitely award-worthy. I really wanted to score it higher because the pose and the composition and the buttery tones in the background are stunning, but there is some translucency in her feet that you can see the background through, and that really caught my attention. So that's why I didn't go higher.
Thank you, Craig. Perhaps we might go to Richard.
Yeah. Really, yeah, very, very interesting pose. A lot of grace in there. Back almost broken. I was at 78. Just a couple of things for me. The contrast in and around her back and her arm very much differs from the contrast shown by the shadows and the environment that she's in. Now I know it's misting off into the background, but just some of that foreground shadowing, she looks like she's been put in there. The violin's played on with the other hand. Things have been switched around. That was noticed by me, but obviously it's not going to be major for everyone. But yeah, it was a solid bronze for me. And that's why.
Thank you. And right of reply, Joe.
Okay. It's got a fantasy element. I don't think it all needs to be perfect and real. I can't see anything through her feet. Maybe I need a new glasses prescription, but I think you should just look at it for what it is. It's a piece of fantasy art. It's not meant to be technically real. And I think we should reward it just for the feel, for the sort of the magic of it and the grace of it.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. Initial score, 82. Well done. We have a silver distinction at 85. Congratulations to our photographer. We have the next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a silver distinction at 85, and I have the feeling we're going to hear from Catherine Cadenac. Challenge.
Yep, 93 gold. I love it when photographers can give you just such a simple image that works on so many levels. Fantastic storytelling here. The beautiful use of the white and then that textured little kitten. We can tell it's a kitten, not a cat. And then there's so much storytelling here in the posing. Not only the feet with that little sort of discomfort of the foot coming up on the other one, but the hand, the way the thumb is tucked in here. We've got a reaction from the bottom half of somebody's bottom, bottom half of somebody's body, which is quite impressive posing. So great storytelling, great simplicity. They've created an image that I will remember and has immediate impact. So I'd love to reward that.
Okay, we'll just pop down the other end of the scale and just hear from Laura, and then we'll come to you, Craig.
Yeah, I thought it was a great, clean, well thought out image, and I just didn't get the emotion from it, but I'm listening.
What was your score?
78.
Thank you. And can we go to Craig, please?
Okay, so I scored this 86, and I think for anybody that has ever had a kitten, this is what happens with kittens when you entice them to play with your shoelaces. I kind of got the climbing up the leg, but the shoelaces has come to me as I've been looking at this more, so I'm definitely going to come up into gold.
And finally from Richard, thank you.
Look, I'm at 87, silver with distinction. I thought I was quite comfortable there, but you could be talking me up because, in terms of emotion or feeling out of this, I got lots of feeling. I was like, ooh, like those claws on the inside of your leg there, and that's why that foot's I think's coming up. It's like because my foot's doing it now, and the control of shooting that white on white, everything's really well done. Really well controlled, and the detail is amazing in there too. It's a beautifully detailed image. So, yeah.
Okay, right of reply, Catherine. Back to you.
Yeah, no, well said. I'm loving the shoelace, Eagle. Thank you for that, Craig. I think we have originality of the thought and the concept, and the outstanding mastery across all the levels of technique and craft. They are all feeding into the strength of this story, which is being so simply told. It's fantastic.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 85. Please rescore. Well done, judges. We have a gold at 91. Congratulations to our entrant. That's fantastic talking and feedback. We have the next image, please. Thank you, judges. Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 77. And could we have a comment, please, from Jo?
Beautifully lit. What's letting this photo down is the posing. The woman looks awkward. She looks like she is holding her breath. She needed to be directed to relax her shoulders. It would also have been improved if the fabric that's been wrapped around her was pulled down a bit. It's so high that it's not flattering for her breasts.
Thank you, Jo. Fantastic feedback there for our entrant. Could we have the next image, please? We're in the Portrait Open category, day 3 of judging at the Nikon Iris Awards 2021. We're at the Trafalgar Centre in Nelson. If you are travelling at night time, please pop around and have a look at the building. We have images projected onto the building at night time. It's an incredible light display, so come on down and see us. Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 77. Our scoring's quite consistent. We happy with that? Fantastic. Could we have a comment, please, from Richard?
Yeah, hey, I would love to have taken this much higher. I found the texture just too overwhelming, especially in areas where it's covering over, skin like his face and hand. A couple of little sparkles on the noose there as well.
Thank you. Could we have our next image, please? Thank you, judges. Very even train of thought here. We have a bronze at 75. Congratulations to our photographer. Could we have a comment perhaps from Laura?
Good concept here. I think just take it further with the story. Show us a little bit more, maybe.
Thank you, Laura. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Very, very even scoring. We have a bronze at 75. Congratulations to our photographer. And Catherine, could we go to you for a comment, please?
Lovely whimsical little image. It's quite bright, the beautiful light coming through. I feel like the highlights are just a little bit too hot, maybe print it slightly darker. I don't know if the little leaf that the dog is looking at is real or not, but it's a cute detail.
Thank you, Catherine. We have the next image, please. Thank you, judges. Again, very, very consistent trains of thought here. We have a bronze at 76. And Catherine would like to give our photographer a comment. Thank you.
Yeah, well done on getting such a lovely, clean portrait, such attention from the dog. You've got cool shapes going on from the rock. I guess to strengthen this, I would have liked the photographer to come down a little so that the dog was fully isolated against the sky and didn't have the sea bisecting its legs.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. So we have an average of 79, which is a bronze award. We have an opportunity. Did you want to challenge, Catherine? We hear from you, please.
So I gave this an 86 silver distinction. This is a challenging image in that it's so different and so quite difficult to get your head around, I guess, in a short space of time. But it is so different and it's creative. It's hard. I guess I don't want to just reward the technique, so I would like to talk about this, but can I just hear a little bit about what other people think first things?
Thank you, Catherine. Could we go down to Joe, please?
I gave this 78 and I put it in high bronze because I do feel emotion when I look at the image. I feel I see a face in there and I feel emotion from the face. Yeah, I guess after that I'm a bit confused. I feel like I can't quite decide if it's a hand or another face coming in from the top left. And I'm not really sure if this is more about technique than sort of substance. So yeah, I'm listening. If you can give me a compelling story, I will come up to silver. But yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Richard.
I awarded this 76 bronze, mostly for innovation and technique. It's new. I don't know how it's done. What stopped me going any higher is my eyes continuously go to a black shape around the nose there. And I can see the arm coming down over the lap, but sometimes it changes when I blink and it's almost like she's smelling her fingers or something. It's just this distracting shape that kind of comes from the face and down through over into that arm area. So it's just keeps pulling me for some reason. So.
Thank you, Richard. I think right reply back to you, Catherine.
I was hoping you weren't going to mention that shape. It is a little distracting, and it does sort of feel a bit like fingers, but then, that this person was feeling strong emotion and was just holding their hand to their face. But I do see that we can also see that their arm is down, so that doesn't really make sense, unfortunately. But I love the composition of this and the life and vitality of that flow that leads you down through the image. This is very innovative. It's kind of dark. It has mood and emotion. And I mean, we're on a 79. Maybe we don't fully understand this, and there is that shape, but we're taking off a lot of points for that. I'd love to see this come into silver.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have a silver at 81. Congratulations to our entrant. Good talking, Catherine. Could we just pause just for a moment? Could all our judges that have the plain lanyards, could you come and replace your dark lanyards, please?
I don't have a plain one.
Do we have to put the camera?
Sorry, I've just lost. That's all we had. I might have to grab some more from Ian.
So if you're on the if you're not judging at the moment, could you swap your dark one for someone who has a yellow one, please? So if you want to steal somebody's, yeah, Richard, thank you. Just while we're just pausing here, we'll just do a little judge change as well. Craig, can we get you to hop out for and bring in Tony Carter? Catherine, if you would like to take a step off, and could we have Sarah Lee, please? Right, I think we're just about all organised. Yes, Sarah Lee, thank you. Sorry. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have very even scoring. We have a high professional standard at 74. Perhaps could we have a comment from Sarah Lee?
I think this image has a lot of client appeal. I think it would sell really well for the photographer. I think techniques such as the banding in the background, if they darkened the hay in the foreground, and a little bit more of an engaging expression or a half smile from the sitter would have made, would have brought the image up.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. That's very good feedback for our entrant. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 72. Jo, could we have a comment from you, please, for our entrant?
Yeah, I think the photographer probably started with quite a good idea, but didn't manage to quite pull it off. The pose is a bit awkward, and the fabric draping everywhere we don't really have any reason for it, so it doesn't really make sense. And the treatment to the background is quite distracting. So just refine the thought process a little bit more with a shot like this.
Okay, thank you, Jo. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 76. Congratulations to the photographer. Richard, could we have a comment from you?
Yeah, it's really nice. Simple portrait of a dog. I quite enjoyed how the colours of the collar were reflected in that sort of purple magenta environment. Possibly could be seeing a little bit too much of that foreground than we need to.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a silver at 81. Are we happy there? So that's a silver award. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Could we have a comment from Richard?
Well done, and I really enjoyed how this dog's, its wiry shape kind of fit into its wiry background there. These are also hunting dogs as well as racing dogs, so I kind of imagine him looking over that shoulder, sort of he's on the search. That branch on the left I found quite heavy in tone.
Thank you, Richard. We'll just have a pause there for a moment and we'll have a judge change. Joe, thank you. I'll get you to step off, and could we welcome Mel Waite, please? Thank you, Mel. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 75. Very even scoring. And could we have a comment from Mel, please?
Yes, interesting concept, and I'd like to see the photographer work with this, maybe seeing some reoccurring circles or reason for the hair. You're losing some separation between the subject's hand and the dress down the bottom, and yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, Mel. We'll have the next image, please. So our judging today runs right till about 8 o'clock. So if you are in Nelson and want to come down to the judging, we're open to the public. We also have a judging wrap event party starting at 6 o'clock this evening. So if you're available to come down for that, we'd love to see you. Thank you, judges. Again, very even scoring. We have a bronze at 76. Laura, you felt quite strongly for this image. Could we hear from you, please?
I thought it was a lovely, happy image. Very good boy.
I'm sure he is. Thank you, judges. And the next image, please. Thank you, judges. Well, this is going to be interesting. We have an average of 79. We have anyone that would like to speak to the print here? Mel.
I scored this 83 silver. I know I'm not the only one. We're going to have to talk about this anyway because it's on a 79, so let's talk about this. With creatures that don't have faces, it can be often difficult to see personality and to see a portrait in it. But it is a portrait. It's a portrait of a very different, very foreign animal. It's exquisitely done. Beautiful black and white, lovely highlights and beautiful rim lighting on the subject. And they've captured these lovely truffly edges just so well. And you've almost got in the fins, you've almost got a conversation going on between the two pieces, and then you've got its family coming in behind. I just think it's beautifully well done and deserving of a silver award.
Thank you, Mel. Can we hear from Richard, please?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
I was at 75, and Mel said something in there, and it's made me come up. She said face. And as soon as she said face, this face appeared. And he's looking right at me. So, I for such a squidgy, shiny, delicate animal, I wish there wasn't the grain in there. That kept me down. I think the family in the background almost kept me away from coming up. But since you've said family, and the fact that it's all of a sudden it's personalised. So. It's changed my point of view. I would have liked to see the crop tighter, so there's no need for the black around the outside. Anyway, I'm rambling. I'll come up.
Thank you, Richard. Anybody else? Thank you. Mel, back to you for write a reply.
They float in a lot of space. There's a lot of ocean out there, many waves, and so I think the space works for the subject. But that's all I need to say.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Mel. Please rescore. Something's not right here. Sarah Lee, we're waiting on you.
Sorry, I was wrong. Box.
Well done, judges. We have a silver at 81. Congratulations to our photographer. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Incredibly even scoring here. We have a bronze at 75. Sarah Lee, would you like to have a comment for our entrant, please?
I love how I love how beautiful and soft this is. I think what I've seen on further inspection is that the background, the line of the horizon doesn't match before and after her feet so much, and a little bit more of an engaged expression from her would have given her more character.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Awesome comments there. Could we have the next image, please? Again, judges, thank you. Very consistent scoring. We have a professional standard at 72. Could we hear from Mel, please?
Lovely, engaged eye contact, beautiful texture in the darker parts of the dog. Just watch some of your edge work and clean up. There's some marks, and it's very sort of obviously been worked, and highlights.
Okay, thank you, Mel. That's really constructive feedback. Thank you. Could we have the next image, please? Again, we'd like to welcome our members of our audience in our judging room. Thank you for coming along and spending some time supporting and enjoying this beautiful work. I hope you're doing some scoring in your minds too to see how your scoring matches our esteemed judges here. Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 72, very even scoring. Could we have a comment, please, from Laura?
Really good high professional practice here. Nice colours used throughout. Just to bring it to the award range, just maybe adding something we haven't seen before.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Laura. We have the next image, please. Thank you, judges. Fantastic. We have a silver at 83. We happy with that, judges? Thank you. Silver award at 83. Sarah Lee, would you like to have a comment here? You thought quite highly of this image.
I think it's sorry, I think it's a beautifully lit image. I love the colours in there. I love how the chosen fashion accessories really just highlight the culture. Do find though that the hat feels like it is sitting awfully high on the head, and then where the highlight of the background behind is more focused on the neck than it is on the head itself, the face.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. And we'll just sit with this image just for a moment, and we will have some judge changes. Richard, could we get you to step out for a moment, please? Could we welcome back Johan? Laura, thank you very much. Could we have our president back, Miss Catherine Cadenac, please? Just again, we have the lovely Ashley in the room here. If anyone needs a drink or refreshments or anything, please just indicate to Ashley and she'll run away and do those lovely jobs for us. I'd like to do a shout out to our tech team and our UCOL members, students that are all working hard behind the scenes, getting the galleries and prints and things ready for us to enjoy. And looks like we're ready to go. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. And we have a bronze award at 75. We're happy with that. And could we have a comment perhaps from Catherine?
Gorgeous image, gorgeous colour palette, loving how her dress echoes the slow shutter speed of the water. To bring this up for me, I would have placed them, I believe they should have been placed so that they weren't bisecting the rock. Also, I feel a little that he's trying to get her attention and she's very much focused just on the camera. It feels like she's blocking him.
Thank you, Catherine. Yeah. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Thank you, judges. We have a silver at 82. And we have a challenge from Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 85. I think the comical nature of this is what's really getting it through. It's triangular shape and composition works really well, but it's the dogs on the outside edge, you know, and that howling to the music, I think is you know, it's great. It's comical. The lighting of it is interesting and quite different as a set. And I haven't really seen too much like this before, and I think it's deserving of a low silver with distinction.
Thank you, Tony. Johan, you're in a
Yep.
different scoring range.
Okay.
Could we hear from
Yep.
you, please?
I gave it 77. I loved all the things you loved. I felt it was very deserving of the bronze I gave to it. But because I felt that I would have gone higher if the tones hadn't been so claggy. But I do really enjoy the energy, and you know, I could go up to a silver, but I don't know if I could give it distinction.
Thank you. Anyone else anything to add? Catherine.
Thank you very much, Tony, for challenging. I was also on 85, silver with distinction. The lighting, clagging, all the we have all the information we need for this story, and I think any more would just sort of complicate the shape that this photographer has created with the triangles working really, really well there. Those diagonal lines are reflected in the instruments, even the choice of dog. You know, you've got the whole reference to his master's voice there. Silhouettes working well. I feel that this photographer has come into the distinction range in terms of the creativity that they brought to this. We've got the technique. It's a strong piece of visual communication, deserves a silver distinction.
Thank you, Catherine. Back to you, Tony.
Yeah, what Catherine said. Let's get up there, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Well done. We have a silver with distinction at 85. Congratulations to our photographer. Can we have the next image, please? You can hear a little bit of noise in the background. Our Judging Room 2 has just finished their category. So we'll be expecting some more people to join us in the judging room now as part of our audience, which is fantastic. Hope you're enjoying this Portrait Open category today, day 3 of the Nikon Iris Awards 2021. Guys, can you hear me on the microphone? Is it coming through there? Rich has just alerted me that maybe it's not. Could we have tech support, please, to judging room 1?
Tech support to judge room 1, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Johan. Is that better? Can you hear me now or not? Nope. Okay, thank you, Ashley. In the meantime, while we're getting that sorted, we have a 79. Which is a high bronze award. We happy with that?
Well, we have to talk about it anyway.
Well, we do, yes.
So,
I'm just making sure that there was a challenge in there.
well, we have. Yes. Okay. Cool.
So, would you like to speak to it, Mel? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Please speak to us.
Yes,
thank you.
please. I scored this 83, just a cheeky wee silver there. Based on the score, I know I'm not the only one. It just has some lovely creative elements. Lots of work and effort has gone into this image. The expression matches the styling really, really well. And it's just a nice example of a creative piece of work.
Thank you, Mel. Could we hear from Tony Carter?
Yeah, I'm on 74. You're right, there are nice elements, but they don't feel like they sort of fit together, really. I think it feels very unfinished. I think the front hand dominates, and the hot spot on her shoulder above that draws you in. So I think there's a whole lot of elements here. It's unresolved and unfinished, and I'm happy to keep it in bronze.
Okay. Thank you, Tony. Is that better now, guys? Can you hear that a little bit better? Marvellous. Thank you very much for letting me know. Does anyone else have anything that they'd like to add? Okay, Mel, then it's back to you for right a reply. Thank you.
Cool. I don't really have much more to add.
Righty-ho.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore. And well done. We have a silver at 80. Congratulations to our photographer. Can we have the next image, please? I can see when you do that, Johan.
No, you can't.
Thank you, judges. We have a bronze at 76. But, thank you. But we have a challenge from Johan.
Yeah, I really loved so many things about this image. I gave it an 86, which is a silver with distinction, and I love the fact that it feels like this whole image has been squished flat, and I think the photographer has done this very effectively and almost turned it into a one-dimensional almost. Like, it's just nicely handled in that sense. We haven't been given that sense of depth, and they've controlled it particularly well. The gaze of the child is very affecting. The highlight in the flower on the top is the one that sort of disturbed me and stopped me from going much higher, but I'm very happy to see it get something more shiny than a bronze.
Thank you, Johan. Mel's a bit excited down there for something to say. Could you make a comment for us, please?
Okay, I'll go with excited. I scored it 71.
Yep.
I scored it for 71 for a number of technical issues that to me are glaringly obvious. The skin tone is orange, and there is also a massive disconnect, particularly on the subject's right arm, of orange going into the hand. The hands themselves are hotter than the face and draw your eye down. The choice of styling of the outfit is a disconnect between that and the hair. You have hot spots all over the hair pieces, and the choice of texture adds nothing to this image. I'm sorry if that sounds brutal, but I'm just counterbalancing what you're saying, Johan.
Thank you, Mel. We have any more comments? Okay, back to you, Johan. Right
The
of
choice
reply.
of texture was perfect because the grain within the texture matches what the child is wearing, which explains why that's there. The orange is a theme through the image, given the colour of the hair. The hot spots are why I didn't go up to anything higher, and it's just a peaceful image. I know that I'm struggling against the 76, and maybe it'll go higher and maybe it won't, but I'd like to see it go higher.
Thank you, judges. Could we rescore, please?
Oops.
Something weird's happened.
Oh.
We've got everybody's scores.
I might go to...
We can see it.
Okay. Yep, no, I can see. Thank you. So we have a bronze at 75. Thank you, judges. It's great feedback. Could we have the next, could we have just pause for a moment here? We'd like to do a little judge change. Could we welcome back Craig Turner-Bullock for Catherine? And could we have Joe Francis Moore for Sarah Lee, please? Right, so we all loaded in, judges? Yep. Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. Thank you, judges. Very even scoring, so obviously very consistent train of thought here. We have a professional standard at 73. Could we have a comment for the entrant, please, maybe from Craig?
Yep, I think this is a nice engaging expression and some nice tones through there. There's a couple of hot spots in the sequins, and maybe the line on the netting is a bit jagged, so that could have been smoothed out a little bit.
Thank you, Craig. Could we have the next image, please? Just waiting for one more score, judges. Thank you. And we have a bronze award at 76. We happy with that, judges? Thank you. Great result for our entrant. Mel, could we have a comment from you, please?
The subject is exquisitely posed, and photographers worked really well to bring that. I just feel in this category we need to see more than just a beautiful studio image.
Thank you. That's great. Great comment. Thank you. Right, can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Very even scoring again. We have a bronze award at 75. And Johan, do you have a comment for our entrant, please?
I love the tonality, love the strength of it. Just a bit disappointed with how the hair's falling. It could have been tidied up quite easily.
Thank you, Johan. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. So well done, judges. We have a bronze at 77. But we have a challenge from Joe Francis.
I scored this 82. There's just so much delight in this image, and it comes with its own sound effect. I walked out there and went, whee! I think when a photo, it's a really simple photo, and it's easy to overlook simple photos, but if you go in there and you look at all the colours are just so beautifully held together, the way his fur reflects the grass, and the way he's just perfectly positioned within the frame. Yeah, I just feel like it's got great energy. The photographer's been in the perfect place to sort of capture the energy and the motion of the dog, and this little white tail pointing up like that. It's just delightful.
Thank you, Joe. Tony Carter, could we hear from you, please?
Why? The sky's great, the ground's great. What do we directly look at first? The centre spot. And that leg missing on the right-hand side at the front. I feel we don't see this angle for a reason.
Thank you, Tony. Could we go to Craig, please? You're a little bit in support of Joe there.
Well, I scored at 78. I do think it is a award-worthy image. I kind of agree with Tony. This is not the most flattering angle for a dog, but I love the tonality of everything, the blues and the oranges that match, the blue collar, the sky, so it's really nicely done, and I think for me, like, this could be even more joyful if we could see a bit more joy on the dog's face.
Thank you, Craig. Joe, back to you, right of reply.
I don't think we need to see his face because we feel the energy of the photo. It just makes me want to do a little jump myself. I feel like I'm just carried by the energy of it, I guess. I'm pushing it a bit uphill here, but if you can, give it a little nudge.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And the image stays the same on 77, Bronze Award. Congratulations. And we'll just pause with our moment of joy there. Could we have a judge change, please? Tony Carter, thank you. Could we welcome back Richard Wood? And Mel, could we get you to hop off for a moment? And could we welcome back Jessica Jones, please? And we'll just wait for Jessica to find her way on the screen there. Yep. Well done, thank you. And could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Thank you, judges. We have a silver award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Johan, can we have a comment from you, please?
Yeah, I really love the portrait. Just a little bit irked by the frame. I think the frame wasn't particularly necessary, and there's a little highlight under his chin that sort of distracts. I actually gave it quite a high mark, but those were the things that pulled me back.
Thank you, Johan. I'm sure our photographer would appreciate the feedback. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Very even scoring. We have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to the photographer. Jo, could we have a comment from you, please?
Yeah, I thought this was an absolutely delicious tonal palette, and the little expression on the bird is gorgeous. We can see some sort of photoshopping errors. There is sort of a bit of a black line and a bit of a halo running around the bird, so just watch for things like that.
Okay, thank you, Jo. Where's the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 77. Very even scoring. Johan, let's hear from you.
Can I defer to?
Do you want to defer to Craig?
Craig, probably.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I think this is a really lovely shot and a nice pose of the goodest boy, and I would like to have got more texture in the fur. The smoothing seems to have lost all that texture, and there's some highlights on his teeth as well that just pull me away.
Thank you, Craig. Right, could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Again, very even scoring. We have a bronze at 77. Congratulations to the photographer. Jessica, can we hear from you, please? Comment for...
Great engagement. I just found that the fingers distracted me from his expression.
Thank you. I would like to just hold there for a moment. Could we have a judge change? Johan, thank you. Could we welcome back Tim Lomax, please? And could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 72. Could we have a comment, please, perhaps from Jo?
Sure. I thought this is a quite quirky and cool idea. It's kind of got a gaudy garishness to it, which kind of appeals to me, but unfortunately when you get in there, her expression just doesn't match the rest of the photo. You just need to work on posing your models so that the whole image is cohesive.
Thank you, Jo. We have the next image, please. Thank you, judges. Very even train of thought here. We have a bronze at 76. And Richard, could we hear from you, please?
Yeah, hey, I think this could have gone higher. There's a very delightful little story happening here with a girl obviously distracted by leaves, but she's feeding carrots to her bunny, but there's so much else, so much more space in that image, it sort of gets lost, and I'd like to be contained into that world that she's creating there, just with a tighter crop around her.
Thank you, Richard. It's very valuable feedback. We'll just sit with Bunny and Carrots just for a moment there. And could we have a judge change, please? Thank you, Joe. We'll get you to pop off. And can we welcome back Mel Waite, please? And Craig, we'll get you to pop off. And can we welcome back Catherine? And can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a silver with distinction at 86. We do have some. Can you just let me know? You do want to get in there? Okay, thank you. I can't see you. We have a challenge from Richard Wood. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm on 96, gold with distinction. I could tell from back here that it was a gold before I even got up there and had a closer look. To me, not only is everything perfectly done in this portrait, it's beautifully done. And look how the film is unraveling off that roll, and it mimics the shape of his hair and the wind as that all just wisps out from him. Look at the expression in his face. And it's like an expression it's not a common expression. There's some intensity and some depth to that. The little bird that's sitting up on the hats. I don't know the entire story, but he's definitely passionate about film and what he's holding. It's just stunningly beautiful. Velvety, soft, strong. I wish I had more words. The most stunning portrait I think I've seen today.
Thank you, Richard. Perhaps could we hear from Catherine?
I agree, stunningly beautiful. This sort of seems to me as like it's all just shades of brown, isn't it? The colour palette is very, very cohesive. I gave it 83. I'm still looking to understand the story, and what you've said so far, Richard, hasn't quite given me that. I see the echo of the flying hair and the flying film. I'm still not quite getting the story. I don't understand the bird. Maybe he's starring in his own movie. I don't really understand the background. We seem to be looking into earth and roots. So I agree it's beautifully lit, masterfully handled, but I just, in order to get up to more gold distinction, I feel like there's a narrative here that is just not coming across yet. I am listening.
Could we just hear from Tim just in the interim, and then I'll come to you, Mel.
I was possibly the bad guy here. I was on 78 high bronze. I do agree with everything Richard said. It is a stunningly beautiful portrait. Just on the technical side of things, there's a disparity. Disparity in the catch light in his eyes. His left eye has a longer and bigger highlight than the right. And then the bird composition, the tonal range isn't matching his hat. And then I also find myself battling between the hat and the movie reel when I really want to stay connected with the face. I think I have been tough and I'm willing to come up, but I don't know if I can come to gold distinction.
Thank you, Tim. Mel.
I'm on 88, so pretty close to where it is now. I'm quite happy where it is. I see what you're saying, Richard, but for me there's a couple of things. some of them have been mentioned. The bird's position is also makes it hard to see and hard to see the relevance of the bird to the story. I feel that there's a disconnect between the styling and the mood and the youth of the subject. Rather than an intense stare, I get cross-eyed. And I think it's because there's some technical errors going on in the eyes. It almost feels like they've taken one eye and flicked it rather than getting two separate eyes, because they're so sort of consistent, and it gives it a real technical disconnect for me. But in saying that, I also hear all the other things you say, which is why I am in silver distinction.
Thank you, Mel. Back to you, Richard.
All looks very real to me. I don't think you can break down someone's face to that extent and wonder if it's been tampered with. I just think that's him. He's got an intense gaze. The disparity between the reflections in his eyes, it's because the light source is placed on the left. It's just physics in terms of reflection. If you've got those reflections coming off something that's a globe shape, it's going to change across the eyes if it's from that side, camera left. The bird, the toning and the colouring, I'm happy with all that. We don't need to know what the bird's about. Look at the background as well. All that wispiness and those shapes that reflect through the hair and the film are also shapes in the background with the twigs and the grass. The juxtaposition, for lack of a better word, that I think you were describing about the tones and the aged look of what he's holding and the theme and the colour tones against his youth. This thing could be his grandfather's. This could be a heritage that runs through their family. This is, he's standing there with intense pride. And there's a spiritualism, there's a spiritual thing happening here as well. He is so intensely looking down that camera. I can't see how you're not feeling it.
Thank you, Richard. Let's rescore, judges, please. Oh, this is exciting. We have an 89 judges, so you know what to do. This is a review. We're either 89 silver with distinction or we're 90 bronze. Gold. Oh, gold, sorry. I'm getting excited by the colours and probably a little bit hungry. Thank you, judges. Oops, sorry, one's just popped out again. Have we got someone who's popping out?
Oh, the connection just dropped on mine here.
Are you okay?
Sometimes you have to do it 3 times.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to unlock the system for you, and we'll pop you, if yours can just pop in there, Tim. All right, we've got you. And I'm very pleased to announce we have a gold at 90. Well done, judges. That was fantastic debate. We're just going to sit with this image just for a moment. It's now just on 12:30. I do believe we've had a little whisper that lunch is ready for our judges and people helping. So Craig and Johan, if you would like to hop off for about 10 minutes or so and have some lunch, and then we'll see you back here shortly. Thank you, judges. Do we need a minute? Or are we all good? We can carry on? Righty-ho, let's go. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 75. And Richard, we'd like to hear from you for a comment for our entrant, please.
Yeah, love the chocolate tones with the red here. Just with your posing, that other hand is kind of just straight down and bring that shoulder forward, face forward, just a little bit more effort into that pose rather than just the hand on the hip.
Fantastic feedback. Thank you, Richard. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Very even scoring. We have a strong bronze at 77. And could we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Could I defer to?
Oh, can we, how about, are you okay, Jessica?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yep.
Great.
What an absolute wee doll. Love her. It's great. Yeah. Go on. Take it, Tim.
Tim, do you want to take it away?
Go on.
I think it's a beautifully lit image, really cute expression on the baby's face. Possibly just look at cropping. I think a square crop might have strengthened it a little bit.
Of course, I have a wee comment from Mel, please. Thank you.
Also, just work on the finishing of your skin tones. There's mottling, particularly in the baby's arms, and some cloning marks. Yeah.
Thank you, Mel. Can we have the next image, please? I've had a little note passed to me here for a photo opportunity for judges and all panel chairs. At 8:45 this evening, there will be a judges and panel chair photograph to congregate in the foyer, I believe. So, yeah, pop that in your diary for extra event this evening, 8:45. Thank you, judges. We have a strong professional standard at 74. And Jessica, would you like to challenge that?
I would.
Thank you.
I'm commenting.
Oh, you're commenting? Sorry, I thought you were waving for me to challenge. Sorry.
No, I can't challenge.
I was thinking, no, you can't. You're
No,
right.
No, I just love to talk to it. Really lovely, strong concept. I loved when I went down into the skirt and I realised that wave at the bottom was kind of flipping over the fabric, which I really enjoyed. Then I went up to her hair and it all just got a little bit lost, and her other hand got a bit lost too. So maybe just work on getting those elements working seamlessly together.
Fantastic, thank you. We'll just do a quick judge change. Can we have Tony Carter for Richard? Richard, if you did want to go and have some lunch, you can, but just remember, judges, you need to be back to be considered for finals judging. Thank you. And we'll just get Tony logged in.
Sorry, I'm just helping Tony find himself. TC.
I'm found.
You've been found. Thank goodness, I was about to send a search party.
Sorry, it took some digging to get there.
Yeah. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a very consistent train of thought here. We have a bronze at 75. And can we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Great little character study here. So much personality and engagement with the camera. I love the way he's owning that log. I think it could have been strengthened by getting rid of the blob that's coming out of the side and breaking up that diagonal. In this category, that's permissible, and I think it's a bit of a distraction.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Great comments for our entrant. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Very consistent scoring yet again. We have a silver award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Jessica, could we go to you for a comment, please?
Absolutely. What looked like an uncomfortable image to start with, when you go closer in, you start seeing all the little gems of the different faces, and you can just keep looking and looking and looking and looking and seeing more. I guess I'm not sure if the mouths meet up enough to make my eyes not go fuzzy.
Great, thank you very much. Can we have the next image, please? Just a little message for Joe. Francis, would you like to go and have some lunch? Okay. We have an initial score of 90. Gold award. Our scoring is very, very even. We don't really have an opportunity to challenge here, but does anyone want to talk
Somebody
to the
who's
print?
lower than 92 could challenge it
Yeah.
if they want to.
I'm on 90. I can challenge it.
If you want to.
Okay. Do you want
I think you might be able to challenge anyway, seeing you are in gold, so you are obliged to talk to it if you wish.
I can challenge it if others want to talk it out. Because I can challenge from the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
We can talk about it anyway. So, do you want to talk about it, Mel?
Yeah, well, I'll
So
start.
it's an elective challenge from our highest scorer. So let's go with Tony Carter to start with.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're using my
Yeah.
load for you guys to.
Yeah, I'm on 92, and I've underscored it. So everybody else is up really high, which is a great indication to start with. And quite often, when you see this, when everybody's in the 90s, quite often it goes right up a lot higher. So that's sort of how I'm feeling about it. But anyway, about the image, the lighting and the energy to this image, it almost feels like it's more in the in-camera sort of mode section. But the creativity in this is stunning. The lighting's beautiful. The body language, they've become one, they're interlocked, that hair flowing below, the connection with the heads, the crab-like nature, the energy in the body, that background circle pulling you back in, the beautiful colours, that male strength through the middle, and that leg coming out to the left, her beautiful arm anchoring round. It's sort of got that almost that crab-like feeling of this, that muscular crab, hardcore shape. Yeah, so very hard and strong lines of something that's so beautifully and elegant. And I'm on 92, and I think it's gold with distinction.
Thank you, Tony. Let's go to you, Mel.
I'm ashamed to say I completely missed this, and I should have been in the golds, but I'm glad I'm not because it gives us a chance to talk about it. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Mel. Tony, you had some support there. Could we hear from Catherine, please?
Thank you. Yeah, I also gave this 92, Tony, and unlike you, I can come up. Fantastic play on shape and colour. Such a tangle of bodies, and it's all triangles and circles. Massive attention to detail here. The line of coming under her neck and her hair is completing that circle, and actually even the little rip in his jeans is perfectly lined up with the circle there. I feel that her lower hand almost starts to suggest a second outer circle. As Tony said, two have become one. We've got that the oneness of that circle, but broken by that little foot, adding a bit of tension. But you've already broken it at the bottom. It's masterful, and I'm definitely coming up.
Thank you, Catherine. Tim, you're also in this, supporting the image here. Can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I'm at gold at 91. As soon as this came on, it's breathtaking. The control and the skin tones, the lighting, it's effervescent, it's bright, it's gleaming. And I think Tony and Catherine have summed it up perfectly. I feel there's a yin-yang between masculine and feminine, and then within the colours of their outfits, the blue jeans and the white lace with then the silver in the background and the blue in the background, it's this push and pull, a huge celebration of human form. Really, really beautiful image, so I'm happy to go to gold distinction.
Thank you, judges. Back to you, Tony.
I think we know what to do.
Judges, please rescore. Initial score was 90. Well done, judges. We have 96, a gold distinction. Thank you so much. Congratulations for the photographer. A fantastic result. We okay, judges? We can carry on? Need a deep breath? Oh, Simone's going to sing for us, probably. Wouldn't be surprised. Could we have the next image, please? No, sorry, it was the wrong one. right, thank you, judges. Here we go. We have a gold at 92. However, I see Catherine Cadenac's fingers just tingling down the end there. Could we hear from you, please?
What's her
Challenge.
score?
Pardon? Score was 92. She hasn't said her score yet, Tony.
Are you the highest person?
Oh, I see what you're saying. 97.
You are both the same.
Yeah, that's good.
She put her fingers up before you, Tony.
I wasn't, yeah.
Okay, great. This is a real wow image in just so many regards. The strength of it, you know, that rich colour palette, and then you just go straight to that figure. He is so strong. He's so part of this landscape. He's weathered like the trees. He's that stance with the hands in the pocket. So much character there. The expression is just fantastic, and the hat with the tilt over the eye, just a little bit of evil, bit of darkness. I'm struggling to find any fault really. I went all around this. The post production is beautiful. It's cinematic, storytelling, character. Beautifully, the panoramic crop is working well. Even that line of the top of his belt continuing the landscape behind him, he's really part of this landscape, and I think this is a very powerful image.
Thank you, Catherine. Tim, could we hear from you, please?
I was on the bad guy on this one. I was 84 at silver. There just was a few technical things that held me back, but hearing your explanation, Catherine, you did explain the belt blending into the landscape there, and originally that bothered me, but then I agree it does pull him into that sense of space. I'm just questioning if his eye's sharp. I feel like it's a bit soft, and just the heaviness of the blacks on the left and right, as well as the green bush on the right corner, just the treatment on that. But I'm definitely happy to come up. I think it's a really, really strong portrait and gives you a clear indication of this character and you know, where he lives or where he works, possibly. Yeah.
Okay, Tony, you're up there with Catherine. Could we hear from you, please?
Yeah, on 97, it's a 97 all the way, really. Really, I suppose when you have those, you know, those naked tree branches, you know, which, you know, the guy's sort of naked from that top part up as well, but the handling of those is so masterful that you're not distracted away into those, you know, the printing down of the sky, but to a beautiful level, and it's just got that lighting on this. It's just so masterful. You know, the having him planted straight in the middle there, it's really giving him a power and strength. Yeah, it's a goal with distinction, guys.
Thank you, Tony. Have you comments from anybody else?
Yeah, I'll talk.
We're good to go? Jessica, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'll talk briefly. I think I scored 88. I was meanie too. I'll come up. I just felt like the burning was just a little bit heavy-handed, but that could be all part of the storytelling as well, because this photographer is not an accidental burner. I can tell that. I think the twigs that are sticking into him, normally you wouldn't want that in an image, but I think this only raises it because it's story. It's yeah, I don't know, maybe something has happened through his life to, I don't know, make him feel grouchy. Because he kind of looks a bit grouchy. I'm coming up.
Thank you, everyone. Do we have a right of reply? Or Mel, did you want to say something as well? You're in that category as well? Everyone happy? Yeah. Okay.
That's good.
We're good to go? Thank you, judges. Could we? Oh, sorry, Catherine, right of reply.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm cutting you off there.
I don't think we've really heard many negatives at all here, apart from potentially the eye, but I feel that's pin sharp. And the burning and the blacks, I feel, is a deliberate style choice by this photographer. This is an extremely well-controlled image. You know, we have different preferences on the amount of burning. I think that, yeah, it's controlled, deliberate, and it brings a real punch and power to this shot and just strengthens the photographer's vision.
Thank you, judges. Could we rescore, please? And And we have a gold distinction at 96. Thank you, judges. It's a fantastic debate. I'm sure the entrant is bouncing around the lounge after that one. Thank you so much. Can we have the next image, please?
You're on fire. You're heaven. Well stoked.
Thank you, judges. We have a silver award at 82, and I believe we have a challenge here from Catherine.
Obviously not. I'm a good judge when I'm hangry. Yeah, I gave this 87. I gave it silver distinction. I'd like to celebrate the simplicity and the graphic nature of this image. I think it's a beautiful play on tonality, colour and shape. I don't think I need a story really as to why the petals are falling on her face. I think it's just the concept of making her lips into another petal is enough for me in terms of the concept. And I think the treatment is lovely with the paleness throughout. And yeah, just love to talk about this a wee bit more.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we hear from Tony Carter, please?
Yeah, I'm on 78. I think I'll come up. I suppose the problem areas for me with the two petals above the nose connected, I sort of thought it would be nice to have a bit of gap there, but that's probably been quite picky. But just down when it comes down to the body and that awkward shoulder down lower and the other one up, I was drawn in. But no, I'm going to come up into silver distinction.
Anybody else? Okay, right of reply, Catherine.
Thank you, Tony. I agree, splitting hairs about having a gap between petals, and I think the shoulders are beautifully placed. It creates an interesting negative space around her that wouldn't have been there if that front shoulder hadn't been so beautifully dropped like that. So yeah, I'm really happy with my silver distinction and love you to join me.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore.
Oh, no, Tony just, he typed in wrong.
Okay, just 1 second, guys.
Yeah.
I'll just unlock the system. You are Tony?
Okay, you should be able to go in there now and delete it. You have to be on the box.
It's on there.
Yep.
Space. Dyslexic.
Yeah, I get it. I do it all the time.
That was close and well caught and well corrected, because we have a silver distinction at 85. Congratulations to our photographer. Thank you, judges. Can we have the next image, please?
None.
And voila, there we are. We're all done.
Pretty good going, yeah.
So, judges, thank you so much. That concludes our judging of the Portrait Open category. Lunch is now available for our judges.